introductory remarks, and our presentations will start immediately after this first session. So I want to welcome you. My name is Dr. Omamo. I'm the Director, Research, Development and Extensions at the university. And I hope all of us have gotten a program. So we just want to follow the program as it is. And I believe that by 11, we will have caught up with this program. So before we start, I want to invite one of us to pray for us as we start. Tobias, you can lead us in a word of prayer.
Yes, good morning. Let us pray. Gracious Master in heaven above, we say thank you for this day. Oh Lord, as we are going to start this meeting, be with us. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen. So, as the program dictates, we'll say the first session was for registration. We're expecting many more participants. I know they're going to join us as we move on. And just like the program states, we want first to know who is here. We need to introduce ourselves, probably the schools that we come from, and who we are. And then again, we're going to capture your expectations. And then again, we're going to capture your expectations so that as the trainers take us through the training, they would want to know what you really want to know. What are some of the pertinent issues? You have looked at the program itself. You can get through, you can identify some of the things that you want clarified for you seriously, so that at the end of it all, I believe that all of us will have learned a lot and our expectations met. So I know I will call the KIPI team to introduce themselves as they make the introductory remarks. But at this level, I want each one of us to introduce themselves before we go to the expectations. Just like I said, I'm Dr. Amos Omamo. I'm a senior lecturer at the School of Computing and Informatics in the Department of IT. And I'm currently the Director, Research, Development and Extensions at the university. Thank you very much. So we're going to start from here. Cool.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Akuroto from School of Computing and Informatics. Lecturer in the Department of IT.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Patrick Kino Kubeli from School of Health Sciences, the Department of Public Health.
Thank you.
I am Dr. Jane Ruto from School of Health Sciences, Department of Public Health.
I'm Dorothy Kalui from the School of Computing and Informatics, Department of Computer Science.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm the assistant.
Thank you. We can, engineer, you can pick it.
Thank you. I'm Lalai Samuel Kambai, School of Pure and Applied Sciences, Department of Physical Science, Technician in Electrical and Electronics Engineering.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am also from the School of Computing and
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Kennedy Panga, School of Pure and Applied Science, Department of Physical Science.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Colin Sam, School of Pure and Applied Sciences, Biological Sciences Department.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The El Monkey School of Health Sciences, Department of Medical Lab Science.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Abogori Samuel, the Department of Accounting and Finance, School of Business.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Karioki from the School of Business and Economics, Department of Business Management.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Vivian Miri. I'm from School of Nursing.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Joseph Chandani, School of Law and Applied Science, Department of Physical Science.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Benjamin Chetty, School of Law, School of SPAS, Department of Physical Sciences, Technician,
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm William Omani from the Directorate of Order and E-Learning.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Hugh Skanda from Department of Agriculture and Food Science. Food Science Department, technical staff.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Onyambu from the Research Directorate.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. At this point, we want to capture your objectives or your expectations. What would you want so much to hear from the trainers? Tobias, you're going to know them down. Is that you also going to know them down? Okay. So just raise your hand and tell us your expectations, what you really want to be emphasized. You can go through the program. It can give you an indicator of what we are going to get in terms of presentation and what you really want to understand. Anyone? Yes, Daktari?
I think at the end of the course,
Yes.
I would like to have known what is patentable or what I can patent.
Yes.
And the second one is how to create your own trademark for a company that you want to start. So I think those two is what I expect at the end of these 4 days. I'll work out with some knowledge on how to do those.
Thank you, Dr. Someone else? Yes, for another line.
Okay, thank you. At this juncture, first of all, I need to appreciate this session and even this training because I think it's the first time in Mary was all, because I've never had such a training. I'm an electrical and electronics engineer and I have various projects, but I have ever asked myself, how can one patent them or own them? Then other students may come with such questions. How can I start the business from this idea I have? Now, those questions, I've gone through the KIPI website and downloaded various forms for patenting, but I don't know the process, what next. Yes, you have the forms, but now up to where will you take them? How will you start the process? If you start the process, will it be intervening the university protocols, or will you go as an individual, or will you merge with the university? Those are questions of which I do like to be addressed. Another point is the charges, because most of the charges are enormous.
Yes.
That means they are big. The first year, there are those ranges that I saw that the first year there are some charges. The second year, they go up in grading. Can they be, is there a leeway if someone doesn't have all that amount of money for patenting? Yes, you have the idea, but it has not been commercialized, so that you have at least some capital. And you don't have that big amount of money. How will you go through that process so that at least you can patent your idea and make it to pick up in the market? The other point is now, since we have the IP policy in the university, we would like even to get the way forward on it. Are they interlinked, or KIPI is a separate entity and IP policy is another separate policy? If they are interlinked, When the university help, let's say, the students in patenting their products, or will they help the students to go from the lab to mass production? And if yes, how? The other point now, because most of the trademarks or even the IP, the patenting process, there are those stages of which are needed, and even how to monitor that product. We don't know the procedures, we don't know how to make those products. I may invent a laptop, but I don't know if I'll present the laptop, all the design, all up to the code, or the code of that laptop, or will I give everything to keep it so that they can be patented? And then I have a worry. If I give that information, how will it be secured so that someone else cannot tap that, and let's say the code or even the design, and then start doing the same production of which I'm doing? Thank you.
Thank you, Dalai, for those expectations. Yes. Yes.
For me, I'm expecting to get the scope of patenting, and specifically for health research, and then the nexus between research, specifically health research, and patenting, specifically when it comes to knowledge-based products, and even materials, of course, and the processes. I want to know what is the scope. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other expectation? Bonaparte?
First and foremost, the workings of the KIP itself as a institution which basically spearheads this activity. We want to know what is their mandate, what do they do, and then as an individual who wants to, let's say, patent something or whatever, it can be trademark and so forth. So the process, the entire process of engaging them, and then so that one has a good understanding, so that one can do any of these things. Yeah.
Thank you.
The workings is very important.
Other expectations? We don't want you to be left out. If you have something burning that you really want to know at the end of the training. Yes, Dalai.
Another point, if we patent with KIP, have you done it with the world, or will you go now to the international US, let's say, policy patenting process, or how will it be managed? Yeah.
Thank you. Any other? So, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Director. Just
Yes.
one more.
Yes,
In addition
yes.
to what others, my colleagues have said.
Yes.
I would want to hear the view of the Institute in relation to factoring what relates to this workshop in our curriculum as a content.
Is there a way of factoring this in our curriculum?
Maybe as a unit.
As a unit.
In some of the programs that we have. Like in business, for example, BCom, BBA. Is it in order to introduce a unit where students can learn intellectual property rights?
Okay. That is fact. Any other expectation as we move on? So thank you very much. I hope Bonamisati, you noted some of them, and Tobias, okay, for the report. I hope you also noted them. So at this juncture, I would want to welcome members of KIPI to introduce themselves, and if there is any introductory remark before I read the speech from our Vice Chancellor to commission this training. Bonamisati, karibu.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning once again. Somebody did not say morning. Okay. I think every one of us has spoken. I think I need to migrate a bit because I can see. Now, we are two of us. I must use it. It will pick. Okay. We are two of us who are with you this particular morning, with my sister here. May you stand so they see you. They might think that you are part of them. Because you know, as usual, the university speak. It's the two of us who have come to share with you what we have, and also we are ready for you to share with us what you have. So for these remaining days from today, I think we are here up to Friday.
Yes.
For 4 days, all of us will be sharing. All of us will be sharing. And I'm very happy that, as you see, after the introduction from Daktari Hapa, you have already shared a lot with us. And I'm very impressed by what has been raised here, Daktari.
Yes.
We will try as much as possible to covering, I'm sure, we will cover those areas of expectations that we have raised. And then we can only hope that we will be able to satisfy those expectations. However, if you cannot satisfy those expectations, we are always available for follow-ups. I've seen even here raised, how do we engage? We will cover all those areas. Now, before I introduce myself, as they say, ladies first, maybe the lady can introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Maybe for the first time, I'll take off my mask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's good you have reminded me. I will also take off mine.
Okay. I'm happy to be here, Mary University, and my name is Diana Mambiri. I work at the Kenya Industrial Property Institute as a trademark examiner. I'm in the technical department, the trademarks division. I'm happy to learn of your expectations, and I know this is a vibrant team. We hope to engage more. Please feel free. If there's a burning question, even after the session, you can always come to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So those expectations where we talked how to get trademark, she will cover that, those particular areas. Now, let me also take off my mask. This is the way I look without these things. Now these things came here and now. Daktari could have said that maybe when we introduce ourselves, we remove the mask so that we can at least see the faces. Yes. And then maybe we put it back out because of the corona issues. It's still there, so we need to still be very careful. Now, you know, this corona has also taught us a lot. From the expectation, I think I will bring 2 or 3 slides on a few lessons that corona has taught us from my own point of view. But one thing I've realized, you know, when I used to walk in the streets or I used to go around, I could see ladies from the Muslim community covering themselves. Then I was asking myself, how do the owners identify that maybe this is my daughter, and this is my wife, and this is somebody else? How do they identify? Now, after starting using this one, I've come to know that it is possible. That you can identify somebody from the forehead. Those ones, they always cover the forehead. I think there's one more step that I've got to learn, and they leave only the eyes. I think there's a possibility of identifying somebody by use of the eyes only, because these days, by the end of the day, I think even if you have your mask on, I could be knowing you. We have learned how to identify.
Yeah.
Okay. My names are there on the wall. Mboy E. Misati. I'm happy of the mix that we have here. We have the mix across the board. And as we are going to see, intellectual property covers everybody here. So I had there were scientists here. There are people from the business. There are those ones who are from the ICT. Personally, I am a scientist also. I did my chemistry, Bachelor of Science, majoring in chemistry from Kenyatta University, some time back in 1991. I think some of us were not born by that particular time. Can somebody agree that I was not born by that particular time? By the way, as I mentioned, we are going to share. So I would like us to be free to each other. And when I look around, and from the information out from Daktari, all of us are adults. So when you share, don't mind that I will be sharing the wrong. There's nothing wrong in intellectual property. There's nothing wrong and there's nothing right. Do we agree like that? Yes. Nothing wrong and nothing right. So don't say that if I say this one, I will be saying something wrong. No. It will be right from your own point of view. So I encourage all of us to be free with each other so that we share. There's something you know that we do not know, and there might be something that you know, we know, you do not know, and there's something that all of us know. For example, now I've started with that one. Who I do not know who was not born by 1991. Is there anybody here who was not born 1991?
That's too young.
That tells us that all of us are old enough. So I did my degree that particular time, and later in the year around 1999, 2000, I did a master's in intellectual property. By that particular time, there was no institution in Africa, or in Kenya, or in Africa. Somebody talked about curriculum in IT units. There was nothing like that in Kenya. There was nothing like that in Africa. Staff from my institution had traveled outside, some to the US, some to the UK, and myself, I did from Spain in 1999-2000. Now, I work as a patent examiner. Basically, that's my work, patent examiner. Which simply means I look, those ones who are talking about patentability, I look at what is perceived by an applicant as an innovation which needs to be protected, and then I apply a particular criteria to that particular idea, let me call it idea, of the applicant, and see whether it qualifies for protection at a patent. So it's my work as a patent examiner in the field of chemistry and metallurgy. All of these fields you have mentioned here are covered by KIPI through my other colleagues who are specialists in those particular areas. So we cover that area of protection in all fields of technology. Now, since we talk of intellectual property, by the way, I like walking around, so even when I blog, I don't want to be on that side only. Even if you don't advise us, those ones who are lecturers, but you don't talk from somebody who have never talking to you about. Because that way I feel that I interact to some extent. And when I'm behind you, please don't worry. Why? I like moving a lot because I approach different people given the mask so that I can even be here and know them. Now, when I'm presenting on intellectual property, I start talking intellectual property from the beginning. And my slide contains a lot of information about intellectual property. That's that particular slide. Dr. Mama, you are with the 4 of you in Chuka. Are there other 3 here?
No, the other 3 are not here.
The other 3 are not here.
Yes.
That's good for me. But bad for me because I will not be able to share from them, which also applies to you because you will not share from them. Who can identify anything that he or she thinks is intellectual property from that screen? There are introductory remarks, but I will use these introductory remarks to cover a few elements in intellectual property so that I capture your expectations. I start capturing the expectations from the beginning. What do you see there, intellectual property? We agreed, even if you don't see anything. Yes, please.
I tend to think even your name is a copyright.
Then my name is a copyright. And why a copyright?
Because nobody else is called involved.
Nobody else is called involved. Good. So what he's telling us is that intellectual property has some property level in it. Huh? But my name is mine because he does not know anybody who's called involved. So he has brought in an issue of intellectual property. Exclusiveness is an element in intellectual property. We are going to see. Yes? Anybody else? Yes?
You have copyrighted your slides.
Why are you saying that I've copyrighted?
That's C.
Okay, that's C. What does it see mean?
I assume it means copyright.
You assume or you know? You assume. You must be very good in assumptions. Does anybody, you know, these days we have gone electronic in that we cannot even use textbook, really textbooks. We use e-books. Does anybody here have a textbook? Anybody with a textbook here? Nobody. Everything has gone e-book, even as we are not carrying any text here because when we want, we just go to the computer and access. Now, if you can remember when you were in school before the e-books came to be, if at all you went to school at that particular time, which I believe most of us must have gone, because none was born after 1991, then you could open a book like that, like this, maybe the cover page, behind the cover page or the first, second cover there, you will see something like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you bother knowing what it means? You did not bother what it means. But that gentleman who guesses has guessed that it means copyright. When you see something, it means copyright. The author, we haven't seen it, the author of that is claiming ownership of the work. And you see immediately after, the C is a year. Who can guess? Who is the second guess or the other one? Who can guess the meaning of that year after C? Yes? You are raising your hand or you are scratching yourself? Yes, please.
It's not the year that it was published or updated.
Yes? It was the year it was published or updated. And what's the importance of that?
To give it authenticity of the user, whoever is going to use it to know the source and everything about it.
Good. To give authenticity. Yes? Those two reasons, it shows the date of publication of the work, or we call it fixation of the work, and also it gives the dates of the work, and it has also another major function to play there. Professional intellectual property, all of them, like we are going to see, with some exclusions, some levels in trademark, but it applies as time limit. So that time limit means that from the time you create, it ends at a particular time. Now, for example, this work here in Kenya, I'm saying it will, but may end after years. We are going to see the details, what the exact types of protection in Kenya. After 50 years, from the date of creation of the work fixation. So you will count 50 years from 2021. That's when the copyright will expire. So most intellectual property rights expire at a particular time in life. They are not forever. If there are a few that are forever, like where we'll see, there are conditions for that. And we are going to see why they expire at a particular time. For example, patents, 20 years, we are done. Industrial design, 15 years, 555. Utility models, 10 years. So there's a time limit. And we are going to see why the time limit is when we come to the rationale of protection of intellectual property. Now, you can see even down here, there is a C after my name. Now, this one means this is the creator of the work, which he created that particular time and shared it in this particular hall in 2021. The counting starts from the next year. So the counting will start from 2022, sorry, I said 2021. So you see, we have already started talking intellectual property from the beginning. And now, I didn't mention, but I need to mention that I work for the Kenya National Property Institute, but I assume that it can be known that way. Now, that's still intellectual property, because say that I have the name, and I'm the owner of the name. But here, you see, is what I've said that this one is a disclaimer. Now, what does disclaimer mean? I'm saying that although I work for the Kenya National Property Institute, yes, I work for them, but the thing is, what I'm going to say is not necessarily the view of the institute. So you will not. So I'm encouraging you not to say that Kipi told us. You can say Misat of Kipi told us that patent protection is 20 years. So Misat might be wrong. You don't blame Kipi, you blame Misat. But I want to promise you that what I will be saying here is what is shared in this particular field, in common knowledge. So it cannot raise much contradictions. But I indicate that disclaimer is still there, still valid. Are we together?
Yes.
Yes. Which simply means that what I tell you, if for example, like when we were saying the fees are high, and I tell you that you Kipi can waive the fee, you don't say that the Kipi said it will waive the fee. You say that Misad told us that the Kipi can waive the fee, so that we don't sue Kipi that the Misad said what? So you told us that you can waive the fee for applications. So those are the kind of things that we are trying to run away from by this disclaimer. Another reason is because what I'm presenting has not been has not been adopted by the institution. So the institution does not own it. So what I say here, I take responsibility for it. Yeah? That's also some element of intellectual property, some element of responsibility. Now, here. Who can read the first paragraph for us, madam? Oh, you have just walked in. Are you the one who has just walked in? Oh, you walked in. Please read for us the first paragraph. The first paragraph.
All rights reserved. This work presentation is under copyright, subject to statutory exceptions and to the provisions of relevant collective licensing agreements. No part of this work may be produced, stored in a computer system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior permission in writing of the author or in inserting. The author may be contacted via the telephone number there, his email is there, or also the contacts, the emails are provided.
Thank you very much. What can you tell us about that? Is there any intellectual property there?
Yes.
In that statement. Now, since he has read it for us, who can tell us what intellectual property, what he or she captures in that statement, which can say there's an element of intellectual property. Although we have not gone to details, but now we are guessing and thinking loudly and sharing. And I say there's no guess which is wrong or right. All of them are right. So, who can tell us anything? Something, not anything, something. Yes? Okay. Let's start here.
The work belongs to the university and nobody is authorized. Nobody is supposed to copy without permission from the owner. That is the research.
Because research is the owner. And when research is the owner, I want you to bring in intellectual property.
If you want to do anything with it, you want to get permission from body research.
Yes, which simply means that, yes, please?
All rights are reserved.
Uh-huh.
Exclusively.
Yes, all rights are reserved exclusively. Because of the creator. So intellectual property, creators of intellectual property have exclusive rights over their work, over their creations, and therefore they are entitled to protection under intellectual property system. Any kind of creation. And we are going to come and see that all of us have created there before. None of us has never created. You can see that kind of jargon you usually use to see them in textbooks. Those ones who read textbooks. Can I see by a show of hand who was able to read that, or you are going to the main content of the book? Anybody who read that and then so you read that? Yeah, you go back and then look at those books and then open. You will find that kind of things there. So, when we will come to copyright, we will see that copyright protection is not automatic. You don't have to go to keep your hands where in order for you to be protected. Once you do your work, create it, publish it, share it with the public by any means, then you are automatically entitled to copyright protection. Now, it's not a must for you to put the C. But the C, we have the practice of copyright holders to put the C is called fencing. To fence their work. One from the beginning that this work is protected under intellectual property. So that you do not come to say that I didn't know. This is the simple scenario. If you own a piece of land, what entitles you to the land is the title deed, that you are the owner. You don't have to fence it. But most of us do fencing. Why do we fence? And even other than doing the fencing, we say land not for sale, for sale on top of that. So we do the fencing and then say land not. To warn those ones who are likely to be infringers, trespassers to your land, who can come there and then tell you later that you are going to compensate me in order for me to move out, to tell them no. Or to avoid for those ones who like grazing animals around, the animals not to trespass so that you avoid conflict. Why? Because in the area of intellectual property, litigation is very expensive. So you fence your work from that particular perspective. Now, another important aspect which is common in intellectual property here, not only in copyright, is ownership. The owner of the work needs to be indicated, and the contracts need to be provided, because this work you create, yes, you create, we protect you so that it's useful to the society. You don't create as well, you don't create and then you stay with your work. You must be useful to the society. So you provide the contracts to facilitate what is called licensing. We read. That's also a very important thing. Licensing in intellectual property rights is very important. I heard from here, some of you say, how do we commercialize our work? So licensing is very important. You cannot use this my work in your presentation if I'm protected and then you don't know how to contact me. Then it will not be useful. And that's our trend in all aspects. We are having seen in the next 4 days we are here. Okay, who can read for us the last part of it? If you reduce frontier, I will pick you.
Let me read for you.
Yes, please, frontier.
Thank you. The official organizers of and the participants to the event in which this work is presented by the author may freely use this document for non-commercial purposes. Also, quotations are freely encouraged so long as they are for non-commercial purposes and the author is acknowledged.
Yes. Yes. Who can break that one down for us in her or his own style? You run frontier, I will beat you. So you better frontier. Yes, it's here, sir. Yes. Anybody who can break for us? Gentlemen, can you break for us?
So, what I understand from that is you can get to use any part of the document or any part of the work that has been presented, so long as you get to acknowledge who is the author, who is the owner of that work. You have to mention it.
Okay. Okay. Which means you have covered the last part of it. That reminds me that in the next presentation I will break it when I will be presenting. By the way, my slides will be containing all this one, but we are concentrating on this one because it is moving us forward in my own view. Now, thank you very much. That's very true. Here, at the beginning, I'm saying the organizers, secretary here, and the university as a whole, plus you participants, have given you free way to use the work. That one happens also in other areas of intellectual property. It's copyright. It happens in other areas of intellectual property where, for example, you create and then you put it somewhere so that anybody will use it. But there's a caveat for non-commercial purposes. So it simply means, and sometimes it becomes tricky, Secretary here can use my presentation to teach. This is for commercial purposes when you use it as representation to teach. Who can answer that? If Secretary uses this presentation to teach tomorrow, the students. Is it for commercial? Is there a commercial gain? Yes. Okay. Yes. Why is there yes? Good. So that is it. That is it. So intellectual property gives the owner exclusive rights to preclude others, get that right, to preclude others from using the intellectual property without the permission of the owner for commercial purposes. For commercial purposes. For non-commercial purposes, is questionable. For commercial purposes, no, without the permission of the owner. And precludes, does not allow the owner to use. Are you getting that one? Most of them did not allow. We call them negative rights. They don't give you the authority to use. They give you the authority to prevent others from using without your permission for commercial purposes. That's the element I wanted to bring here from the beginning, but we will go to details later. These are just introductory remarks. Go to details. So remember, intellectual property, linked to commercial purposes, and revolution. Now, another thing I would like us to note at this particular level is that if we are using for commercial purposes, yes. For non-commercial purposes, yes, you are allowed to use it. But for purposes of copyright, you acknowledge the author. That's a second right in copyright, which also appears in other intellectual property rights, we only see them, called moral right. It's a moral right. The right to be named as a creator and appreciated is there. So it's the moral right that is being demonstrated here. Now, I think that is that one requires a lot of emphasis. The other slides, I will go through them to try to cover the expectations that you raised to our equipe and how do we link up. Our body corporate, currently under the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, which is currently headed by CS Pet Maina. Established initially in 1989 as Kenya Industrial Property Office. At the time we were called KIPO. Later in 2001, we changed the name when we went to Parastatal, and we replaced office with institute. So now we are called the Kenya Industrial Property Institute. So we have been in existence since 1989. We are not so old. That's close to how many years? Mathematicians? 30. Close to 30 years, 30 plus, huh? Yeah. Around that. So we are not very old, but we have been in existence for all of that time. And what brought to our establishment, maybe for purpose of information, is that some Kenyans here invented, and then they were trying to protect this invention. They were being that time, the system, the patent protection system in Kenya was British-based, in that once a patent was granted in Britain, it was automatically registered here. So when they tried to go to Britain to register, they were given conditions that were not palatable. At the time, the former President Moi was in charge. He called the parliament, he sanctioned the parliament and told them, we want our law. That product was called Cameroon. You remember Cameroon? Yes. Yeah, that's what made us to be created, and that's what gave us jobs. So the thing was, the readings were done, understand the same day. A law was passed, and then the process began. So it was because of the demand. You know how more used to that. Our is come with our own law, and then we were established just like that. Now we are headed as a parastatal. We are a parastatal, so we are headed by board of directors in policy direction, and the day-to-day operation is under the managing director. Currently, we have an acting manager called Mr. John Onyango. I would have wished to come here even for the opening ceremony, but because of all other engagements, he could not make it here, so he sent greetings. Thank you. And I'll pass those greetings. You may pass them to the other authorities. We have mainly two departments. One is technical department, and the other one is finance, planning, and administration. So myself and my sister here, we are in the technical department. We have a staff strength of over 74. I put 74 there and then put on Yale. purposely, because as we speak, we are already recruiting. So we are not many. Do you know how many you are in the university now? Staff. 407. So you can see you are how many times? 4 times, 5 times us. Yeah. So we are not very big. But that does not mean that we are not we don't have sufficient numbers to come and meet the expectations you have raised here today and also for the future. So we are available. We are few, but as I said, we are recruiting and we can still be available to serve the Kenyan, as we are going to see why we exist. Now, this is why we exist. To administer industrial property rights, we are coming to details of that one. So we deal with patents, trademarks you have mentioned there, and somebody mentioned industrial designs. There is something, a smaller patent called utility models. Then we do another function, screening and technology transfer agreements. When you come up with a technology, like the university to talk about here, commercialization of IP, when startups, when you come up with when you create something, then what do you do so that it goes to the market? Licensing is one of that one, in that you give somebody else who has the money to commercialize your idea, and will be paying you some money, what we call royalties. Now, when you reach that particular agreement, we are supposed to screen it so that we make sure that you as the creator, you are not disadvantaged. Then we provide technological information to the public. So if, for example, you wanted to know what is the latest technology in the manufacture of parcel, we will tell you. We also promote innovation and inventiveness like we are doing here. We are trying to create awareness so that you can know how to create, like some of you raised it, so that you know how to process, how to end up with a product in the market, and then trade, specifically where we are here. So the 3 functions there, those are the statutory functions put in the law, the 3 of them that are in blue, is the reason as to why we are with you this morning. So we are doing our job. Takitari? Yes. It's not that a favor you have done for us to come here. No. We are doing our job to come here. So if we delayed, so when we received your invitation, we knew we were coming to do our job. Thank you for facilitating. Sure. And we have performance targets towards this particular line. Did you share this, or they are here? I hope, how many are they? You may pick one. You can pick one and the pass. Yeah, they are different. This is strategic plan. You can pick one and then share. If somebody misses, they can know. But we have already had one, but it's also available in our website. So you can. So these are a fundamental statements. These are statements that guide the institute. So we want to be a world-class institution in administration of industrial property rights. You see now, it's not intellectual property. Note that there we are talking about industrial. There's a reason when we are coming to introduce the framework of intellectual property. You will be able to see that difference, so you may note that. Then to protect and promote industrial property rights and foster innovation for sustainable development in Kenya. That's our mission. Our motto is Akili ni Mali. So tunasema akili ni nywele. So for the next 4 days, I will prefer that we say akili ni mali. Akili ni nywele, yes, but hiyo nywele pamoja na akili ni mali. From that one, you can create well, as we are going to see. Then the strategic plan is there. So I'll pick those 2 blue to see how we link up with you. I'm trying to answer your expectations, but how do we link? So we are mandated by law to link with you and then trade with you. That's your property. promote innovativeness so that we can do function number one. Because if you don't create and then you bring it to us, then we will not be creating. So we provide industrial property information. Dr. here is planning for us to launch for you an information sharing system, which we shorten as this, technology and information service system. So that's what we do. And other than setting it for you here, we are also available. You come to us, we are going to see how you come, and then you seek information from us so that we provide technological information. I've already given you the example of latest technology in the manufacture of parcel. Now, promote innovation and innovation so that we are able to inculcate a culture like we are here. I was very impressed that the culture is already inculcated here. It's not only that you need more, the way I see is that after 4 days, you will be very vibrant in this area of intellectual property. From the way you read what you expected to get here. We also assist MSMEs in coming up with products. One of you mentioned that how do you proceed to reach the market? So we also assist. We have programs where we can even come to the university if you have something. We pilot, we assist, we work with you to give you what steps to follow so that your product reaches the market. And we participate in an arrangement which is called the 5K initiative, whereby 1K stands for KIPI, which can protect your idea. Let me call it an idea meanwhile. Then there is another one called KILDI, another K is KILDI, which can detect your prototype and then try to bring it to level of moving to the market. Then we also liaise with an institution called KEPS to see whether your item meets the standard. And if it's I have somebody from health services, if it's somebody from the School of Health Services, and maybe has come up with a medication, KEPS is not in charge, so we form an enforcement board, we liaise, and then we see how they can help you come with the standard. Then the other K is KIE, Kenya Industrial Estate, to give you money to finance you so that you enter the market. So that way, we can come together and make sure that we move, somebody said, from the laboratory to the market. Who said that one? How do we move from the laboratory to the market? Yes. Yeah. So we are ready to help you move that way. And we have cooperation with other institutions that are responsible so that we do that. We are currently based in Nairobi. I forgot to tell you, we are currently based in Nairobi. But we are trying to move out, and the government, particularly my ministry, has established Biashara centers. So we are trying to move out of Nairobi. Meanwhile, the best way to reach you is directly to us or through what we call county industrial development officers or county trade officers. Still, you can reach there and get services. I don't think we have a Biashara center in this county, but we are coming, we'll be coming. So that's how we link up. Now, you asked about how we link up by writing to us through our managing director. The address is there. We are going to share these slides, so the address is there. You can always write to us and then link it up. What I need to mention is a little bit about IP and the Constitution. We are one of the few countries, actually the third, as far as I'm concerned, the third one to incorporate intellectual property in the Constitution. That time I remember it was only the US and another country called Venezuela. Those ones were the only ones. But is Venezuela a country? Where are historians? It's a country in South Africa. Is that a country? Okay, yes. Good. In South America. I think it's that country in South America. I remember we were the third one. So these days, this time I hear that there are like 10 who have already incorporated in their constitution. So I can say that we were doing quite fine. Then here, our constitution obligates the state to do 3 things. Actually, there are 4. To support, promote, and protect intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. So, are you not the people of Kenya? Yeah. The constitution obligates the state, which I'm part of, to support you. That's why I talked about starting from the laboratory, how we move, to promote, and also make sure that your intellectual property right is protected. So you have a right to that particular service under the Constitution. So if we don't serve you well, you can always go to the Supreme Court and then say, here, my constitutional rights. The way people like suing these days. Even when we have the PPI, they go to court and win. So you have a constitution there. Then it includes IP in the definition of property. If you go to the definition in the constitution of what property is, intellectual property is recognized as property under the constitution, and then it is the role of national government. So if we need to work here, the function is the national government, but we need to cooperate with counties so that we implement these particular provisions of the constitution together.
One quick question.
Yes, please.
Sorry for interrupting you.
By the way, you were allowed to interrupt me at any stage. I said we are sharing. Yes, please continue.
There are other than the industry and so forth. There are a lot of things which have been done by, let's say, certain community. There are some product which is very unique to certain community. And these products basically have not been either registered or patented. So, other than just, let's call it industry, whatever it is, does this act also deals with that? For example, somebody went and patented the Kiondo, even Kikoi. You remember that one?
Yes.
Yes. So, and a lot of things which have been done in this country. Let's say even the soapstone, which is from Kisumu, another place, there are a lot of things which are very unique. It's not anywhere, but basically somebody takes it and says it's my property. They say we have done it, and then you, like your example, you know it here. The way somebody...
Yes, the way you say that he was patented in Japan.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Or just recently, another controversy is somebody, a Kenyan, who is harassing people, and unfortunately, it's your institution which has given him that patent. This person went and bought a baler for baling hay from China, from a company.
Yes.
Then he came here and he said he has patented it.
Yes.
Yet he's not, he just bought it. So anyone who is selling that, people who have bought the same baler from China, is harassing them and people have to hide. And I think you know about that saga.
Yes.
Which is, so how did that happen? I mean, it's just, how did that happen that somebody who is not even an engineer, nothing, but he said, I patented it, and he has a letter from your office. So,
he has a certificate.
Yes, how did that happen? So such a thing, yeah. So,
how does that one keep? Why did you give somebody something from China? Now we'll be answering those questions.
All right.
Thank you very much.
How did and the people are taking him to court.
We will be answering those questions.
Yes.
We'll be answering the questions whether or not Kiondo was patented in Japan.
Yes.
We will see that one. Then that one we will link it to what I told time period for question is always limited. Somebody talks about knowledge domain. Who is this who talks about? Who is public health? Who is in public health? We talked about knowledge, we will come with that, and then see how you use the knowledge to create additional.
Because we have a lot of products in this country which are developed locally. I mean, it can be a good, it can be whatever, very unique. Yet it is not it's not protected.
Let's use patented.
Yeah. Okay. So these Biashara centers, I think, should be doing. Yeah. Yes.
By Friday, we could have not satisfied you with those questions.
Yes.
You will remind me again.
All right, all right.
We will cover all of those particular areas.
All right. Thank you.
For example,
maybe before we go to you, what you said, how does that law, the constitution itself, not even the national law, we are only come to national laws. The constitution itself foresees that and then protects you. Huh? Can you read for us that, for all of us?
It further clarifies that the state shall A, promote all forms of national and cultural expression through literature, the arts, traditional celebrations, science, communication, information, mass media, publications, libraries, and other cultural heritage. B, recognize the role of science and indigenous technologies in the development of the nation. And C, promote the intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. Well, there's repetition. C, it could be a D, protect and enhance intellectual property in and indigenous knowledge of the biodiversity and the genetic resources of the communities.
So you see, you are right in asking all those questions.
Yeah.
And the constitution is covered by those, you say, those things that hold in communities, what happens with them. So the constitution tells they must be recognized and protected. And we are going to see how you protect them.
Now, on that note.
Yes, please.
Actually, we have a serious problem around where somebody came from nowhere. He is not even from our community. And he has patented Mira badge.
Yeah.
And when the community started their own project, and they used that as a logo, this guy took them to court. So it's an issue which is going on in the court, and the community actually has written a petition. I don't know whether you have received it, saying that this is a community heritage which we have used since the time the community started. So the person has no right to claim ownership of
the badge. You say the badge.
Yes.
You say it came from nowhere.
Of course. He came from nowhere.
Yeah. So you don't know him.
You don't know him.
You don't know how to dress him. We are here to help you to dress him. That's why I told you, wherever we protect, you must give us your name and now we are from. So you see why those rights were important. Yes. Came from nowhere. So as we know where it came from, we protect it, we know where it came from. Now, do you know how the party looks like?
Yes, everybody. You don't even need to think how to define it. It
what,
is something
is
which
it a word or?
It's a picture.
It's a picture. Are you able to get it here?
Yes,
anyway?
It's
somewhere. Please find it. Give it to my sister. She will make a search very fast. Then know where this person comes. And then she will be able, Diana, you will be able to answer the question.
Yeah.
Why did we do it? Somebody came from somewhere, and then we were able to. I think it's we must have protected that. Yes, most likely.
Give me the details.
She will give you the details, and then we will sort it out as we go.
So a lot we have been. I think we need to be protected properly because even our genetic has been stolen, taken to Australia and called another name, and many other places. Or that individual who came to Lake Baringo, you don't remember some years back, took and then the one for the enzyme, whatever it is, and then for cleaning, for making those stone, for cleaning the genes and so forth, the so-called stone wall genes and so forth.
Yeah.
So there's a lot on your hand.
There's a lot on your hand. not on mine. You could have said there's a lot on our hand.
Yes, yeah, but you are the custodian. yes.
This is what the guy has patented.
Good. There's a lot for us to do. Thank you very much. Another contribution from the floor as we proceed. You can interrupt me anytime. we are looking at that one, we are getting details, and then we will know which one is this we protect, and then we will advise the way forward in case we made a long interpretation. Now, then it comes to us, you see now, is your constitutional right to be given information about intellectual property, to be supported, and to be protected. Now we are here as part of that. What are our objectives for these 4 days we are here? Now the main objective is to sensitize. Dr. has told me that you come, and I've heard from you that all of you are staff of the university, and I did not hear any student unless a student has walked in.
No.
Then all of you are staff in the university, so it's management and staff of the university to sensitize you about intellectual property. We have already created some level of sensitization. Even if we want to stop here and go home, supposing something happened here and then we go, you already know some intellectual property, you not know anything. It's not true. Yeah, we have talked a lot about intellectual property. Even the community, traditional knowledge, genetic resources, how your things are being stored, including the mirror patch, and keep aiding in that depth. So even if something was to happen and then we say you are dispersed, then we will go home knowing that we have talked about intellectual property. So at the end of the 4 days, that's the objective, the main objective we are supposed to lead. The specific one, to create a basic understanding about selective. I think these are not all university staff. So I selectively selected the word selective very well. Not all of them will be. You already told me that some of you are in Juka, they are not here, so selective. You told me we are around that. How many are we now? I'm not telling you to take your report, but myself I will take, because when I report back, I must report how many I came to perform my constitutional duty. How many? Can we go by numbers? One? 2,
3,
9,
10,
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20,
22,
23,
24. 24 so far.
Yes.
So that's a very high percentage. So I put X there. I didn't want to put that from there because when I go back, they will tell me you will talk to that. What happened? Why did you talk to 10? I will start explaining. So I will do that when I'm already here.
Yes.
Because when I'm going back and I'm going to do my report, these days there is accountability. I must go with the participants list. Iko? Ndio hii utatasa? Kuna wenye watatasa? Daktari hapa au 16 peke yake. Please that's that one because it will be part of my reporting. So that one now is less. You think I will have daktari 20?
24.
24. So to create basic understanding in the selective 24 management and staff of the university about intellectual property. Then the same one, the role of intellectual property in management of intellectual property assets in universities. One of you spoke about the university policy. When you, I think it's you, when you come up with something, how does it connect? Do you come as an individual? Is KIPI related to the university ID policy? Do you come as an individual, do you come with the university? So we will cover all of those particular areas, those expectations, we will capture them. So you see it was in our objective, specific. Then we have agreed with Daktari here to adjust our program a little bit, so that when we are going to discuss this one the last day about two specific objectives, we will have a presentation about your policy. How many of you are aware that the intellectual property policy exists in this institution? How many are aware? I don't want to ask how many are not aware. I want to go post. How many are aware? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who is willing to raise the hand and then puts it down? I counted you. 5 out of 24. So, Daktari, I think at the end of it, you will move from 5 to 24.
Sure.
I think it will be a big achievement.
Sure.
So I will present you what it is and what it provides, and then answer those particular questions. If it does not answer, don't fear Daktari. If you fear Daktari, don't fear me. Just ask. You will not answer. How do we do it? How do we advance policy? Then the next basic objective is the last one, because the second last is what we have talked about. We want to work together. I would propose that we work, all of us, Daktari, so that we get ideas from the management and staff on how we proceed. It wasn't the expectation, actually.
Yes, sir.
How do we move forward from here? Now, another part is very important for me, because I must make returns. Now, you went to Meru University, we paid you per diem for 4 days. What have you brought back? Yes, we know we have managed the constitution, we have performance targets. How does it contribute to our performance targets? Then I will tell them, I was able to sensitize 24 management and staff of the university. That's already a start. I was able to sensitize 24. Maybe keep as a target of 2,000. So we will have moved 24 less. Huh? So I would like to encourage you to please accept that you are sensitized. Because if they doubt me, they will be, why is there risk of participant? So you put your phone numbers there, they will look at number. Then they will call you. You know, these days accountability, tumesema tunapelekwa mpaka kotini.
Yes.
Accountability. So and so, remind me your name, my sister. Follow me, how are you? I came across your number in the, I don't know what they will say, but they don't want to say about university. How are you? Where do you work? I work at Must. Is the Must or Must?
Must.
It's Must.
Yes.
There's another Must.
Yeah, Must.
I work at Must. Which department? Computer science. I work, computer science. Oh, no wonder I wanted to buy. I want to get some information on how we can come and develop some software. But I understand there's an issue of intellectual property. Then you say, no, I'm not aware of intellectual property. You are finished to me. So please say, yes, okay, intellectual property is very good. We have an IP policy. Then we have, I'm trained. I'm only talking, I'm supposed to give you certificates.
Okay.
So that you can keep to as evidence.
Yes.
I'm trained in intellectual property all week by keeping. Then, is that so? That's very good of you. Then I will be getting in touch. So please accept it to be sensitized. Usisahau kutoka kwa horo. Hadi umesahau then naanza kusema hadi sijawahi sikia. So do we agree? Yes. Who is not agreeing? Huh? Those technology guys, they are not agreeing. Those technology guys. Huh? But the way you are part of us, taka masikia hapa pia msikie, because what you are doing is technical property, like we are going to see. Huh? What you are capturing there, is it for the university?
Yes.
Or is it for the newspapers?
The university.
What you are capturing there is intellectual property. That's really copyright. So you know now ukitangaza hata kwa news wanaweka Citizen News copyright. It's not that I'm promoting Citizen. It's one of them.
Okay.
It's not that I like watching it. wanaweka copyright. So please also listen, because this valuable lesson is a lesson for life, as we are going to see. Then the specific objective we have said, so they will range it up down there. Those are my contacts. Once again, I will give you my business card, but this time of Corona, we don't encourage business cards, but because they have gone it down. By the way, how many of you are vaccinated?
Many.
You know, we should not only talk about intellectual property, we should also talk about life.
Right.
How many are vaccinated? Good number of us. Now, those few of you, why are you not vaccinated?
They are doing experiments.
You will. You are still fearing. You can pick one daktari and pass the others. Then those ones that remain, you can pass to me. Please get vaccinated. It's good for your own life. You know, they were saying that when you get vaccinated, you will turn into a monkey. Me, I had no option. I had to be vaccinated. I can say I was forced because I was vaccinated in those early areas because of the nature of my duty. That time there was only one vaccine called AstraZeneca. I was vaccinated, I think, either in March this year. So I've got the second dose. And I'm waiting to turn a monkey. I don't know. Maybe I remove my mask. Do I look like a monkey? Please, if I do, I will say you will not be wrong to tell me. I will accept it that I look like. So please get vaccinated. It's for your own life. These things that are going around here, we have people from the School of Health Sciences. Unfortunately, some of them also do not believe that vaccines do work. But as I told you, I'm an examiner in the chemical field. Part of my work is to examine applications in the field of chemistry, and the pharmaceuticals are in the area of, so I examine those vaccines, so I know how they work, and I know how they do, I know how it has come. Those things you see in social media are just propaganda. You can quote me on that. Just get vaccinated. When we start turning to monkeys, then there's no problem. Tutakuingia msituni tu. Tutakutana hapo. So that's my contact. And I would like to say thank you very much. Those were the introduction remarks, my introduction remarks. And it has enabled us to learn a lot about intellectual property. So if I'm not used your language in Biamono, I start with mine, Chan things from home. I come from those sides of Kisi. I understand that those ones who come from this particular area, when we were migrating down, we left some of our sisters and brothers here. Maybe we are the ones who are here. So you have not used your language. You can see me in the camera. I will include it in the next one. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Let's appreciate him. So thank you very much, Misati. And just looking at the program again, after the introductory remarks by Kipi, we were to get some opening remarks from our Vice Chancellor. He would have loved to be here, but he's caught up in some official duties, and therefore he requested me to read his speech on his behalf, and therefore I'll be very fast just to read his speech. And then after this, we can break for a photo session outside there, and then we do a health break. That is, go for tea, and then after that, we will come back for the first session. So I'll be very fast. I'll be very fast to read this speech. The acting managing director, Kipi, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with profound gratitude to the Almighty that we are gathered here and virtually in our various offices for this auspicious occasion, our first intellectual property sensitization workshop. In that light, allow me to specially thank KIPI and the Directorate of Research, Development and Extension for the initiative to sensitize our staff in readiness for the setting up of the Technology and Innovation Support Center, that is TISC, at our university. Allow me to also sincerely thank all the members of staff of this great university for their devotion to research and innovation and the willingness to protect their intellectual property. To my staff, be guided that the time of researching and innovating for commercialization is now. Many of your colleagues in developed countries have prioritized research and patenting of their research discoveries and innovations, not because they are more privileged, but because the world is rapidly changing. It is your time and responsibility to create opportunities for yourself and others in the community through research, innovations, commercialization, and startups. To this end, it is pertinent for you, my staff, to familiarize yourself with the rationale for protecting your intellectual property, registering your patents and utility models, industrial designs and trademarks, and be able to manage your IP assets. The university is at an advanced level of setting up a TISC office that will provide these services at the university as mandated by the MOU between MAST and KIPI. I encourage all academic staff to find a research need by identifying a research gap and be innovative in how to meet it by protecting your IP so that you can generate meaningful income for you and others through commercialization while contributing. And while contributing in this way, you will find your niche and fulfill your career goals and dreams. To all our stakeholders, including KIPI, we want to express our sincere gratitude for your continuous support. We at Meru University of Science and Technology are committed to having a cordial relationship with all those who work with us. This includes the government, the staff, both academic and non-academic, guardian students, suppliers, and the neighboring community. We are keenly aware that we exist in an ecosystem where we can only properly function when we all work together. Our participants, as we orient you into the world of intellectual property today, remember to protect your research findings in innovative ways. We will be very proud to hear you have registered patents, IPs, utility models, and trademarks, and become a solution provider in our beloved country through the commercialization of your innovations and startups. We will be glad to hear that you have become a seasoned researcher, inventor, innovator, and an owner of patents, utility models, trademarks, and publications in reputable journals. We will be proud to hear that you have become an entrepreneur through commercialization of your innovations. For out of this workshop, we will have equipped you with all the knowledge to help you achieve all these and more. Once again, thank you for availing yourselves for this workshop, and thank you all who are watching virtually and all those who managed to be physically present. I now declare this workshop officially open. God bless you. So thank you very much. Now again, I'm the rapporteur. I'm actually putting on many hats today. I'm the rapporteur for this session, the whole of today. And for tomorrow, I'll be joined by the coordinator of research, Dr. Onyambu, will be the rapporteur tomorrow. And then Dr. Chege will pick up on the next day. So at this juncture, we want to move out and do a photo session. And then we'll break for tea before we come back now to the first session of the presentation. So we can all move out of here.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Ni shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Ni shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic handwear skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or handwear problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Ni shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially, so that once they finish school, they are able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic handwear skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there's any networking or handwear problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Ni shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on
sessions on the overview of intellectual property rights in Kenya. Then there will be discussions at the end, but he has welcome discussions along the way as he presents. So thank you, welcome discussion.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the ICT to set up a system so that those who are outside the hall can also follow online. So, you are ready? ICT, are you ready? Just a minute. The gentleman who was here, can you come?
This month I was appointed in the technical team of CAPES in development of new standards. So when did this guy even think? Even what is this? Even what is this? They were going to do a
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there's any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Ni shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on.
So I was trying to connect some of your colleagues on Zoom. Then we were trying to work with which one of the two laptops I will be using and which one is using. So I think now we are set. We are like, what time is this? This is 11:37. When were we starting this session? Was it at 11? So we are like 7 minutes late, but I think since you are very good with operators and calculators, we will cover those 7 minutes. So we are ready to start. Okay, now, remember we agreed in the morning, we are sharing. What I know, I share with you. Whether you know, you share with me. And then all of us share among ourselves. So, remember we agreed in the morning that we are going to be very interactive. So, we will be, all of us will be participating, and please, when I ask a question, just respond. You say there's no wrong response. From others, there's never wrong response. It's only that the response can be having a different perspective. Sorry if I'm stating on you will excuse me. I will also excuse you for stretching the legs long. So we need to accommodate each other so that all of us are comfortable. Now, this is what I look among to present on intellectual property rights and introduction. A little bit of details on what we learned in the morning. You see we are moving slowly from the general introductory remarks to this now an overview of intellectual property. What is this? What are the roles? And I had your thesis said here that it's important for you to know the rationale of protection of intellectual property rights. And now you will create wealth from that kind of arrangement. So this paper is just a tool for me to communicate with you so that we can inform each other, because we will be sharing, to try to influence you are taking towards a particular direction of the importance of intellectual property rights. And at the same time, as we go by, I expect us to be smiling. I don't want to see us sad. Huh? Can everybody smile even inside the mask? Just smile. Huh? We are learning from each other. So, what is the paper focusing on? Just understanding of intellectual property rights, the simple definitions of all aspects of intellectual property rights, rationale for protection of intellectual. Why do we have the system? Or what benefits? What are your obligations as creators? What are my obligations as those who provide protection? And what are the rights of all of us? Because everything, there are rights and obligations. Wherever there are obligations, wherever there are rights, there are obligations for you to meet so that you get those particular rights. Then we will see what is the role of intellectual property in development. What is the IP system? We will cover both international IP system, regional IP system. Somebody talked about how do you apply. Is once you apply, are you protected all over the world or you're just protected in Kenya? We will, to some extent, we will have an introduction of that, but we will come specifics in each aspect of intellectual property because there are different arrangements. Then we would have an advantage of watching a video, which I find very relevant in expressing all bring me back home to settle this issue of an introduction to intellectual property. So a short clip, 5 minutes. So I need to prepare you that you are going to do the first exam after the session by watching that video keenly and then pick some elements of intellectual property and then we discuss them. I think by that time we'll take something like 1 hour and then we will go for the break. Is that okay? All right, now I've already understood you. I've already understood you. But despite the fact that I've already understood you and I've interacted in the first session, I will still confirm that we are together or we are not together. So don't mind when I confirm. Now I will be asking a few questions and I'm expecting answers. Yeah? And I want us to be sincere. I said we are adults, I want us to be sincere. Before coming here today, the first question is, how many had heard about intellectual property? Before receiving the letter, because it was of invitation here, because he told you to come for an intellectual property workshop. How many had heard about the letter of intellectual property? Heard, yes, heard, just hearing. Diana, can you take for me record? How many had heard? Question number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Are you raising the hand? 19. 19.
Tell it to go up. Tumekunywa chai? Sawa. 19. Please record. 19 out of 24. How many was we have online? As you confirm, please those ones who are online, just answer the question online. You can sign each other there. Then our expert will pick it. We want to pick those statistics. They are very important for this presentation, for this paper, and they are also very important for our institution. So please, those ones who are online, answer the questions also online. Then, how many had used intellectual property? How many had used intellectual property? By a show of hand, using intellectual property. Using intellectual property. 1. Using. Knowing or unknowingly. Fortunately, for those ones who had never had, maybe they would not know that they were using intellectual property. So we would not expect an answer from there. But you will think, even those ones who have never had, from what you have talked in the morning, you can see whether you have used or not. Now, from the introductory remarks in the morning, whether you had used those simple introductory remarks, do you think you had used intellectual property? Show of hands. Diana, how many are this?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11.
11. Good. Now, the next question is, maybe for those ones who have heard, or from the morning, how many can divide intellectual property? I'm not going to ask you to divide, but I just want by show of hands. 1, how many can divide in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, ready, D. 11. Yes. Or you are counting it twice. Okay, 11. 11. Now, although I said I will not ask, I will go against my own promise. Because before I say that, There was only one hand. Now let me just sample only the two of you. Please define for us intellectual property.
The protection of untouchable assets.
The protection of untouchable assets. What's the definition?
I would say it's a legal right that is given to someone who creates, a creator or inventor to protect their creation of their mind.
And where did you get the definition from?
I teach students just from the books because we define those stuff.
Oh, from the books.
Yeah.
You also?
From online.
From online. Oh, again, okay. Divine for us.
Actually, there is a time, and in 2009, I had made a Mirage which was stolen and patented by people. So
by us.
I wanted to patent the idea before it went out. But when I went to one of the task force which was established to do my presentation on Mirage, I presented my idea unknowingly and it disappeared. So as I was trying to catch up, I did a lot of research online. And that's when I discovered it's a process, of course, of trying to protect what ideas you have. But immediately those ideas go out there, they are no longer yours. So you have to really know what it is.
Okay.
So it's online.
It's online. You got the information from online. Is there an among us? Who can divine? How many are we?
11.
Oh, from the 11. Is there somebody who could try to conceive the divination from introductory remarks? Who could just get a bit of the divination from the introductory remarks?
It's a process of deciding the rights of ownership.
Yes. And all those divinations are right. All those divinations are right. We will narrow them. We will converge them somewhere. All of them are right, but they converge somewhere so that we have a common understanding of the divination of intellectual property. Now, how many believe that intellectual property is part of their lives? Yes. One, Diana, once again. How many believe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Again? Yes, sir.
Count
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
15. Okay. 15 believe in intellectual property is part of their lives. Why do you believe so?
Thank you. It's because on daily basis we are using electronically generated knowledge. Even as an evidence, right now what we are using here you have already reserved. You can see you have fenced what we are using on the screen. So I think that's part of the properties we are talking about.
Thank you very much. Who did not raise their hand?
It is there.
Who did not, but you are already 15.
I know 25.
Well, 15 out of 25. So 10 did not raise. Who did not raise their hand? Huh? No, I will be marking. But we agree, we are just sharing. Okay, now I think up to the last one. How many appreciate the role of intellectual property in development? Count again.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Record because we will be coming back to it as we go. Is there any message online?
Right now, the screen is shared.
You cannot see. Okay. So, but they are following, and they can hear me.
Yes.
How many did you find online?
It's now that I am taking the link to those who wanted it.
Okay. You have just shared the link.
Yes.
Now, I say those divinations, all of them were right. Now we are trying to convert them. what is intellectual property. First of all, before we come to the intellectual, we start with property. All of us happen to understand property. That is what you own. If you buy a shirt, you own that one as your property. If you buy land, you own that one as a property. If you have a camera, if you have a phone, we call it a property. Owned by a person. And the property can be owned by either a natural person, like me, or you, or by a legal person, like a Kipi, or must. They can own property. For example, the hall in which we are, I don't think it belongs to any of us as individuals. It belongs to the university. The lab that I'm using here, it belongs to my institution. It's not my personal one. The phone is my personal one. So that one, that we need to get that understanding from the beginning, that it can be owned by a natural person who is you or me, or by a legal person who is the university or my institution. Trying to answer now the question of ownership from the beginning. Now, property is that which can be sold. If you have your phone, you can decide to sell it tomorrow. If you have a piece of land, you can sell it. When we talk about the intellectual property, selling of intellectual property, we don't just call it sold, it has its own nomenclature. Vocabulary, intellectual property vocabulary. When you are sell your intellectual property, we call it, you are signing it. So we talk about intellectual property assignments. If you have your own piece of land, you can lease it for somebody to be doing the farming there, so that we'll be paying you some money for using that particular property. In intellectual property, you do the same thing. When you create and you own the property, you protect it, you lease it out. But we call that leasing, the intellectual property language is called licensing. You remember from the beginning we talked about licensing agreements. You remember one of the functions of KIPI was to screen technology transfer. I remove the mask. If I get corona, the university will pay, yeah? You are bad. Okay. Am I better audible now? Oh, good. Now, where were we? Licensing of property. So you license. Just like you can lease your land. You get money depending on how you agree. For example, if you lease it, somebody wants to do some farming on your land, you say, pay me once in a year. Or be paying me after every harvest. Or be paying me after every month, whether you harvest or not, you must pay me. So intellectual property also is like that. You negotiate and agree on the way forward. Now, if you own the kind of property that you know, the plot of land, for example, you can develop it. By developing, you mean you can farm there yourself, or can put some structures there and commercialize it yourself. Get some revenue from it yourself rather than lease it. That also happens in intellectual property. And when it happens in intellectual property, we say we exploit it. We use the word exploit because intellectual property rights, as I told you, in principle, are negative rights. So they preclude. They allow you to preclude others from using it. So when you use it, you exploit. So negative and negative, or when they use it, negative and negative makes what, was it in science? Something like that, it makes a positive. So because a negative right, so we use the word exploit. So we don't say that you develop. You don't develop intellectual property, you exploit intellectual property. That means you make use of it. If you create, for example, what do you want to create tomorrow? That's an ambush. Huh? We agreed I ambush you very well, so I've done it very well. My sister, what do you want to create tomorrow? A hospital. You want to start a hospital? You said you are in the school of business. Nothing. Okay. A hospital, you want to, but you will not create an hospital. We are coming to see how you cannot create an hospital. Because we are coming to the last part that it's something that comes from your human intellect. Yes, the idea is in you, but you cannot create an hospital. Maybe you can build it. We are going to come and see that one. You want to say what you want to create tomorrow? What is it?
A drug to reduce people's appetite.
A drug to reduce people's appetite. Kwani chakula imekosa? Chakula imekosa area hii mpaka sasa appetite turudishe chini ama umeona tumekula breakfast sana. I mean the tea. See, he wants to come up with a drug to create a drug. You know that we will not be building. We will be coming with something that will make me have less appetite. Now, when he creates that particular drug, he can decide to process it to the end so that it is available to be bought as a drug by me so that I use it for appetite. So that process of doing it himself is called exploitation. If he decides to license it to somebody, he can create it and try to license it to somebody who is in manufacturing, who is in the manufacturing field, and then somebody manufacture the product and puts in the market and will be paying him some money, depending on how they will agree. So that will be license. Then he can use his drug as mortgage to get some money from the bank. Mortgage is usually associated with housing, but for this particular aspect, I would like it to understand as collateral, as security for the bank to get you money. Which simply means if you have an idea, you want to create that one, already has started maybe working on the drug, is about to come out, then say, no, I'm going to keep it. I have this particular one, I see something that can work and give me money. Can you give me some money so that I start production? So that I pay you back through the selling, because there are some, the food is very scarce, or people want to be slimmer than Misat here. And then so that I can help them, and I can see I can make money, so the bank can give him money based on that one as security, just like you can use your plot of land to access money, or your salary to access money. So intellectual property can also be used, although that system is not very well developed in our Kenyan environment, but it works very well in other countries. It's now we are trying to work together with financial institutions that we develop this particular system for us. Now, above all, then when he comes with the drug and he has protected it, he can enforce it. In the morning, he was complaining that I don't know whether you complained.
I was just reporting.
You were just. He did not complain. In the morning, he reported that kuna mtu ameprotect Mark. Ulisema party ya bira.
I've sent it in your WhatsApp.
You have sent it in my WhatsApp? Okay. I will share, then you look for it. Now, he was reporting mtu from nowhere. Na anasumbua sisi. Sasa hiyo kusumbua nyinyi is enforcing his right. So can enforce, preclude those ones who don't have your permission from using. You have not given anybody a license, you have not sold it, you have not assigned it. You are the only one exploiting so far, or waiting to exploit it, and then you find it in the market. So you prevent from using. Then what it does, tells you, maybe sends you a cease and desist letter. If you refuse to cease and desist, takes you to court. So just like another property, intellectual property, behaves like that. Now, what is intellectual? We have known about property. What is intellectual property? Intellectual property is what comes from the human mind, your own creation, arises from the human intellect. I'm trying to see whether the hospital can arise from the human intellect, other than the idea. The drug, yes, that one is automatic because you have taught and then you are trying to bring the product to the market. And we are going to see that in most areas of intellectual property, like that thinking, there should be an element of human intellect in it. Not to walk to the Mirror farm and then find a plant there, and you tell us that now I've discovered this plant can reduce your appetite. What, other than God, you found it, God put it there, is discovering, it's just discovering using human intellect. Maybe you can argue yes or no, but we will see whether it applies. And if it applies, where does it fall among the different aspects of intellectual property rights? So, divination. You see, you can agree that all of them who divined were right. Eh? It's something that arises from human intellect. That's why it's called intellectual property. He went further to say that not tangible. Unlike other property, intellectual property is not, you cannot touch it. You cannot touch it because it arises from the human intellect. You cannot touch it until, what is thinking, you cannot touch it until it comes out completely with the drug, that was the one you will be using, that's now when you will be touching it. What we protect is not the drug. What we protect is the intellectual property in the drug, the intangible part of it. So that is the definition of intellectual property. I prefer making that particular symbol that's arising from the human intellect. Now here, we can only protect you if you move it from your brain, from your head, to something else whereby we are able to touch. What do I mean? If, for example, you wanted to sing a song, is there anybody who is a musician here? Whichever the gospel or secular, whichever you call it. Is there anybody who sings here? Even in church? Yeah. Huh? Why are you not talking? You do? You do sing in church? In church or in a disco? In church, okay. Yes. Now, supposing you had a song and then you don't sing it out, will we know that you have a song? No. So will you come to us and tell us that you protect me? I have a song protecting me.
If I don't know, I will.
If you don't know, you will.
If I don't know the process and the procedures,
you will.
Yes.
That's a good one. Okay, you will. And let me tell you, I will not protect you because I don't know what you want me to protect. There should be, for example, in a piece of land, when you go, you want a title deed. Si unasema saisi, plot yangu ni saisi. Watu wanakuja mpaka kwa shamba wanaona piko niko huko na huko na huko ndio wanakupatia title. So I cannot protect you until I know the beacons. It applies also in the area of intellectual property. You must get it out of your brain. Number one. Number two, even if you were to sing it, if you were to sing it, you cite a few verses, and you tell me this is mine protected. Would I protect you? What do you think? What do you think? Would I protect you? The answer is no. Because the beacons are not yet very set. Yes, you might have sung those verses, but you need to move beyond the singing so that you put it in a medium that can move from one person to the other. Because you are not creating for yourself, you are creating for the society. In order for you to be protected, you must provide a mechanism for, which enables your property to be shared with others. That's a condition. That's the obligation. That's why you have a right for protection, even in the Constitution, yes. But in order for me to protect you, your song as you walk here. Walk here, and then he start dancing. Yes, you see, if he was to stand up and do this, what would you think about him? Huh? He's mad. This guy is insane. Something is wrong with him. But the guy is enjoying himself. You know, the song is in his mind and he's enjoying himself. We cannot protect him if he wants to enjoy by himself. You enjoy yourself, no problem. We think you are mad, but you are enjoying, no problem. But if you want to be protected, you must sing it so that we also enjoy the dance. You do not sing it so that we also only enjoy the dance here with you when you are singing. We want to enjoy the dance even when we are not there. So it means you sing, then you put it, for example, in a tape, you record it somewhere, and it will move from one person to the other. That's when it will benefit many in order for us to protect you. Are we together? Yes. Yeah. So if you don't want protection, fine, stick to yours. But if you come to me for protection, disclose. It's called disclosure. You must disclose. Okay? Now, intellectual property is classified into 3. Sometimes they say 2, but for now, myself, I will still call them 3 because the last one, no, the first one, there are some arguments that not intellectual property belongs elsewhere because of administration, siasa, but it comes from human intellect. So it's intellectual property, 3 classes. Plant breeders' rights. These kind of rights protect new plant varieties. If I look around, maybe by guessing, I'm not sure. What I didn't come say, when you were young, sasa hakuna mzee anaitika hapa. Okay, wacha nione mmoja. Mzee, when you were young, you used to eat mangoes.
Yeah.
How were they?
I was not eating mangoes.
You were not eating mangoes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you come across a mango?
Yes,
You came across a mango?
Yes.
When you were young, at that particular young, the 70s, around 80s, around there.
Yes.
How was the mango?
Well, they were smaller.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
are you getting it? They were smaller. So he's trying to compare with now. Now you have gone ahead. I'm asking you about that one. You could have said it was small.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, continue.
They were smaller. And then the varieties were basically one of the, basically there was no choice.
There were no many choices.
Yeah.
They were small. There were no many choices. Continue. Note that. We are coming into the property now in plant breeders' rights. Continue.
And I think basically those are the things.
How was the meat?
Well, it has a lot of fiber.
It has a lot of fiber.
Yeah, fiber. Yeah.
Ukikula hivi inakuwa kwa meno.
Meno, yeah.
Okay. Who is the youngest here? I want frontiers. You can look around and then say maybe I'm the youngest. Who thinks is the youngest here? There's none. So all of us are the same age. Gentlemen. Okay. You have heard what the old man has told us. Okay, the mango of these days, how do you define it? Based on those parameters, yes, use size, the size honest, and the variety.
The size is large. It's much larger.
How sure you it was larger that you were not there when it was okay. These days we have big mangoes. Continue. It is juicy, more juicy, although he did not talk about it. How was the juice, sir?
Well, the juice, because you didn't have a juice extractor, there wasn't much of a juice.
There was not much of a juice. You were to extract it using your teeth and mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
And the flesh is with little fibers.
The flesh is less fiber. So then, what was the other factor? You talked about size, the meat, and the variety. What of the variety? Zinasikia kuna zingine zinaitwa apple mangoes, zingine zinaitwa nini. You see, what our friend defined here at the beginning was the naturally occurring mango that time. Now, what our gentleman is dividing now is what has been improved. So somebody came and then looked, and we want to see that as intellectual property, creativity is about solution to problems. Somebody came and then saw, now this mango is small size. What do I do so that I make it bigger size? Did something, we are going to see how something is done, did something to make it big, use this brain, human intellect, to improve on the size. Then he say, when somebody is eating this mango, is struggling and the things are quammering in the teeth, what do I do to improve on the quammering, to reduce the fever? I mean the fiber. Now then do something and reduce the fiber. Although there are disadvantages and advantages. Because when you take a lot of meat without fiber, they say fiber is also good for the stomach. They say, I don't know, they are here. Huh? Now, then somebody saw, now this one has less twist, now we should start manufacturing. How do we make it more twist, more meaty? Then improve from that. So those people who work on plants to improve on productivity, to solve the problems that are encountered by users of the particular plant, whether food or something, what ornamental plant, they are called plant breeders. And because they create, they use the intellectual property to create, they are given what we call plant breeder status. I don't know who comes from a dry area around here.
Question.
Yes, maybe we listen to the question first. Yes, please.
Before they start improving the GMO, genetically modified plants, can they do the PPP for that society first to understand that they are okay for them to their plant to be modified or not?
Okay, the owners of the plants to be asked for permission for modification.
The community, because the community is going to benefit from that plant.
Yes and no. We will come to say why yes and why no. When we come to intellectual rights on intellectual property, whether community by there is what we call exclusiveness in research and development, education and research. Now, to some extent, when it comes to community rights, access for research and development, we even have a law, which there must be informed consent. So the communities must have. So we are coming to see which areas where you don't have to seek permission for you to undertake research, and which areas must you seek permission to undertake research. That's why I say it's yes and no. Okay? Where were we before you asked the question?
About how the plant breeders have the right to improve their...
Yes. They improve the varieties. Then I was asking who comes from a dry area, a relatively dry area than maybe where we are. Anybody? All of us come from very fertile grounds.
The same person who just asked that question.
Comes from a relatively dry area?
Yes.
I think he was concentrating in the answer, digesting the answer, that he did not get my second question. Where do you come from? I know there are some places in Nyanza which are very dry, so it depends on. Anyway, what I was trying to say to establish or share is that I don't know whether you have heard of plants, crops that do not do in relatively dry areas, but currently there are crops that do well. Like one is called katumani. You have heard of katumani? These days there are maize seeds that germinate and they produce crops in 3 months instead of 6 months. They are the potatoes, like the potatoes we ate here, I think they are improved. Are this natural? Muse, did you guys see during our time, those are our times, the 70s, were this kind of potatoes there? This yellow one, completely yellow.
That one, even somebody is asking today, they have never seen this.
They have never seen this time, even today. So this will continue improving. He has talked about GMOs. So we continue improving. So you get that right. Now the next right is what's called copyright. At least this one we have we have talked a little bit in the morning during the introductory remarks. This protects literary and artistic works. Literary and artistic works. Literary means things like books, poems, plays, textbooks, paintings, kuchora-chora, photographs. Now, artistic means like this gentleman was dancing here. Gentleman was dancing here. The songs. The dancers themselves, they are protected. They are called rights related to copyright. Those ones who perform in praise, you can write a book and then perform in praise, so they protected that one. Cinematographic work like what the gentlemen are doing there. They are taking cinemas, they are taking videos. The ones who are taking photos, they are also protected under copyright. Now the other aspect is industrial property rights, which covers the other aspects that are remaining from those I've mentioned in the two. And who can guess what are, who can tell us, don't guess because we started, well, we had some of them in the morning. What are these aspects we are looking in industrial property, for example? Anybody who can frontier? Yes?
Formulas to produce a certain product on a machine.
Formulas to produce a certain product on a machine. Yes. Anything else?
Idealization also. Where you come up with ideas which have not been put into practice.
Ideas that have not been put in practice, and they do not fall under 1 and 2. I'm looking for those ones that can fall under 3, but not under 1 and 2. Those ones you have raised can fall in order of the 3 of them. Yes? Patents. What he has also raised about is called patents. Yes? Inventions, yes, they lead to patents. Patent is the protection process, invention is the idea process. Yes? What else? You listed them in your expectations. What do you list in some of the expectations? And you have complained about them. Or you have reported about them, you have not complained, you have reported about them. Those parties you are talking about, they are called trademarks. Somebody talks about industrial designs in the morning here. Did I hear something like about industrial designs? So those ones I follow there. Now, you see, these 3 classes are intellectual property. But I remind you that we are not called Kenya Intellectual Property Institute. We are called Kenya Industrial Property Institute. That's the difference. Why we are called like that? Because we are not dealing with or in the third aspect. We don't deal with the other 2. We are going to see who deals with the other 2 in this particular presentation. So I would like you to distinguish from there. Our name comes from there. We are not Intellectual Property Institute. We are Industrial Property Institute. We don't deal with copyright matters as we speak. We don't deal with blank printers' rights. So we are called Kenya Industrial Property Institute. Now, what is the subject matter of intellectual property? That's moved faster than necessary. Those are the 3 classifications. But what's the subject matter? What are the elements that follow in the 3 classifications? We have copyright and related rights. Copyright, if he sings the song and then puts in the medium and meets the requirements for protection, then we protect him. Maybe for 50 years. after his death. Maybe we come to that after his death for 50 years. Now, when he performs the song and then in front of the judge, yes, the youngsters there who are dancing very well to entertain people, those ones are also protected under copyright, but the right is that their dancing, which makes them protected, is related to their copyright. So it's called related rights to copyright. If you write a poem, you get the copyright for writing the poem, but somebody reciting the poem also gets a right called performance right, because I can recite it differently, somebody else can recite it differently. Just like you can sing the song, if you were to sing separately without others watching, you tell me to dance, I will dance differently. Pengine ya chini chini, na mwingine will dance differently, pengine ya chuchu. But all of us are performing to the same song, but different styles. And people will like different styles. You see that one happening. So that's when we say it's related to copyright. Trademarks is also another aspect for identification of goods and services. We are going to break them down into examples. We have what we call geographical indications for goods that have particular geographical origin. Maybe you can tell me about Mira. When we come to that, a few details. National designs you have talked about the look of a particular product. For example, all men here are wearing shirts. Let's say all of them are wearing shirts, even t-shirts. But you see, our shirts are not the same. For example, if I was to pick this gentleman, can you stand up? You see, why are you worried of being seen? You see, both of us are wearing shirts. But are they looking the same? They are looking different. He has some strips. Mine, I think it's plain. You see that? So this is intellectual property. This is deciding to make items look different. It's intellectual property. And it covers across all, not only items, even if we go to trousers, we go to shoes. Huwa mnazoea kusema ati uko na nguo yako hiyo design ni mzuri. Kwani design ni nini? It's intellectual property. Ati hii gari imeundwa vizuri sana. Hii muundo ni intellectual property. People think and create and they get protected for that kind of creation. Then patents, we have been talking about here, patents. They protect inventions, and we are going to see what kind of inventions are protected and how you go about protecting. How those subject matters are protected and how you go about getting their protection. Then we have what we call layout of integrated layout designs or integrated circuit, topography of integrated circuits. When I was talking about old divination, I don't know whether it was at that particular time, somebody talked about that electronic devices and so forth. When we were young, and we happened to go to near a radio, then what used to disturb the radio at that particular time were cockroaches. A cockroach would enter inside a box, a radio box. They were not looking the way they look this particular days. These days. They were looking, it was just a box with two patterns. One was for tuning and the other one was for volume. That's the whole of it. And then maybe from the back there is plywood with the perforations for the sound to come out. So the cockroaches will use that one and enter the radio. So the horn of the radio could open and then we could see something inside that looks like strings. Even those particular times. So those are integrated circuits. These days you open the phone, you open your current TV, you open your laptop, if you happen to open, you see there's something there that has some lines there, which makes the gadget work. Sometimes they call them motherboards. That's part of layout and configuration. That's intellectual property and it's protected. People trying to solve problems from those starting ones improving to the current one we have. These days we even have smart TVs that use the hand to move, although without touching a button. Now, what are IP assets? Now, if those are the types of the subject matter, what are the assets that are associated with this intellectual property rights? First of all, we have patent. We will come to details of everything, just an introduction. Patents, which is just a certificate, a paper document. It's a certificate, nothing much. Paper document, like if you own your land, you get a title deed. Paper document is issued by a government authority, just like a title deed is issued by a government authority. For example, called Minister of Lands, which is the title deed. Now, this government authority for patent is the Kenya Industrial Property Institute for Kenya. We're going to see whether there are others who issue or not this particular one, but it's a government authority to a person, whether natural, we said when we were defining property, whether natural or legal, can be issued to you, can be issued to most, or must, you said must. It confers you a monopoly, what we talked about, exclusive right to make, use it yourself, or put it in the market, your drug when you come with it. So it gives you those exclusive rights over your invention. Then somebody asked this one in the expectation in the morning. A patent is territorial, which means if you keep grants you a patent and you wanted to protect it only in Kenya, it will be only valid for Kenya. It will not be valid for Uganda. If you want to be valid for Uganda, there is a mechanism which is available for you to have it valid in Uganda. By either filing it in Uganda or going through KIPI, through particular systems we are going to see, so that you are connected to Uganda. So there is an issue of the territoriality of the patent. Then the other one is, like we spoke about, is duration. We said virtually all intellectual property rights have time limits. I've just talked about 50 years after its death. So that's already a duration. Why? We are coming to see why is that duration necessary. So that is simply a patent, a paper document. It's not something very big. Now, what I would like us to note here, patent is not same as intellectual property. Patent is just one aspect of intellectual property. It's not even a class. It belongs to a class of intellectual property called industrial property. But what is common with us, and I've heard it this morning, is that somebody has patented our mark, our badge for Milan. Somebody patented the Kiondo. Yeah? So we happen to use it. It's synonymous with protection, which is not wrong because that's what is commonly understood. Synonymous with protection. Some people come to the office and then say, I want to patent my trademark. So we understand where it is. But at the end of these 4 days, I do not want you to tell me the same thing. So start practicing now. That trademark is a different right, patent is a trademark right. I mean it's a different right. So you cannot patent a trademark. You can patent your invention, or you can protect your trademark.
I have a question.
You cannot trademark your patent. Yes? Yes, please.
From the legal point of view, where do we separate the two, the trademark and the patent? Because now that's where the bone of contention is.
Yes. By the end of this session, I will want you to distinguish between that's what we are going to make sure that we distinguish. When is a trademark and when is a patent. Because, like he said, both can coexist. Huh? If I was to give an example of the phone, what coexist. We are going to see how they exist and what the difference is. And this one might be having all those types of the subject matter. Might be having patent, trademark. For example, this one trademark is Samsung. Design, the design of this phone is different from yours maybe. Then it will be having copyright inside there. It will be having integrated circuits, those things that form the intestine. So we are going to break them down so that now we are able to separate. And one of our objectives, specific objectives for us, by the end of Friday, we will be very comfortable with that kind of separation. How do we distinguish where is the line? Now, is that symbol? I don't know whether we are able to read that. That's an example of our patent certificate. That's the example of a title deed, which we give you to show that you have an invention. Just like lands can give you a title deed to show that you own a plot of land. So, as we said, am I able to know? I can't make it bigger because government authority, you see the crown. Somewhere in the Republic of Kenya, there's a crown there, issued. It's a paper document, so this is a paper issued by government authority. You can see the crown, the government of Kenya there. To another person, this one was issued to, who was even when I'm here, I cannot read properly. No? Look at it. It was issued to the National Center. The National Center. Okay. Isipe. It was issued to Isipe. So that was a legal person, it was not a natural person. If the time, the duration is fine for how long, where do you get the time? Can you read it for us? From when was it issued?
Having a hearing due date of 18 August 1992.
From 1992. So you will say this is a patent, count 20 years. By now it has already expired. You see, we are coming to the importance of that particular period. Why 20 years? We come to that. So is that simple? So that the patent is not something very, very great. He talked of that the guy has a letter. Does he have a letter or a certificate? The one who came from nowhere.
Okay, this is a case in court, so I wouldn't like to disclose a lot.
At least what did you see? What did you see? You saw a letter or a certificate?
So what he has presented,
because the truth, what you are going to say.
We have asked him to present, because I'm one of the directors of the institution which is using the name. We have asked him to present all the documents pertaining to the claims he is making, and he has not been able to do. He has been postponing the court hearings severally. So
maybe it's,
we are still waiting for him to.
Maybe it's maybe we have not said maybe it's masculating.
Yes.
Okay.
But he went to court.
As now as you go through him to give you and then does not give you, we are here. We are here to give you the information.
Yes.
Okay. So you can know whether it's masculating as having protected or not. Simulisikia kulikuwa na mtu alikuwa anaitwa Ganja alikuwa anajifanya police officer for a long time. So I'm not saying that that's the case, but information will always be provided. It's good you have shared it, then we will share with you the information. For training, it's not the information to take him to court or to defend yourself, for training. But whichever you use it for, we don't know. As we are going to give you the information you require. Okay. Then the other kind of assets are called trademarks. These are very common. When I say I've used intellectual property in the morning, how many do we get? Those ones who have used. Do you remember the questions?
Yes.
As you look for them. Now this one here are very common things with us. I wanted to.
Yeah,
They are there. I think it was the second question. How many responded?
How many have used IP? 11.
11 out of 24. Now, we are showing something else. I wanted to give examples. We will be covering them in detail, so I will leave that definition, identify goods. Now, are these common signs with us?
Yes.
Huh? Yes, the answer are yes, the wall, or both. These things are common. Those ones who are there when the mobile began, you will see this thing called yes. What was it associated with? Cancer. Cancer was the first one.
Yes.
Cancer was the first one. So when you will see yes, you will say hii ni duka ya cancer. Then jogo. Hii jogo ni nini? Sio ya KANU. Hii jogo ukiona namna hiyo peke yake unajua hapa ndanunua unga, tapata unga. Na hii ingine hii hapa chini ya blue. Na hii ingine hii unga gani hiyo? Eksi unga. Inakuwa ya ugali ama ya ngano? Ya chapo. So these are the things that now if I ask you the question, how many have used intellectual property? Now. Sio sisi tumetumia sisi sote. Sio hiyo peke yake. We are going to see that our life, like he said that he agrees, is full of intellectual property.
One quick question,
Yes, please.
That one of Jogo.
Yes.
Is it the cocker itself or the letter itself?
Or the word?
The word.
Diana, what do you say?
Yeah, because
he's asking whether hiyo ni ya Jogo, ni hiyo Jogo imejorwa hapo peke yake ama ni jina Jogo?
Whether the trademark?
Yes.
The trademark, I'll cover it, but let me just answer for now. The trademark is a combination of a word, a device, or a logo, or it can even be just a word on its own. Yes. So all those aspects there, they form the trademark together. Even if it were to be the Jogo alone, it would be a trademark. The question would be, does it meet the criteria for registration?
So anasema vile inaonekana hivi ni Jogo. Hiyo Jogo vile imechorwa hivyo pamoja na jina vile imeandikwa.
So many times you see there's that TM and then a circle.
Then
should it be put there or as it is?
TM and then a circle. Fancy. Okay. What to end up we come to details of that one, but what to rudi nyuma hapo kidogo kwenye alianzia. Now, hiyo Jogo, you can protect it as the word Jogo. Like what can I use here? Samsung. Nokia. Haijorwe simu and inakuwa na Nokia. Ina protect hiyo china peke yake. We are coming to details how you get the names and how you qualify. Utaweza kuprotect hiyo Jogo mchoro peke yake, logo peke yake bila maandiko. Just like this. Si unaona hii? Hii haina mwandiko, lakini ile pia haina mwandiko. Ile iko na maandiko peke yake haina figure. You can protect also hiyo Jogo vile iko pamoja na hiyo color. Hiyo color yote hiyo namna hiyo. Na hiyo color. You can also protect pamoja vile packet inakaa. The packaging itself. We will come to example, for example, bottles of Coca-Cola are protected as well. And as trademark, not only as industrial designs or copyrights. Then those ones are like that. We are going to cover those ones in detail and then see how far, how you end up identifying and then coming with a trademark that can assist you in the market. So you see these ones, that's what it was, a combination of letters with devices. Another combination of letters. Now, what this means is that most likely, kwa hii trademark hapo two words, aku protect the Jogo, ali protect the word, aku protect hiyo mchoro wa hiyo kuku, ali protect the name Jogo, that's why it's called word mark. Then device mark ndio hizi ziko mbili hapo chini. Hapo sasa ni combination of letters with the devices. Sasa hapa KTN protect ile pamoja as one trademark. You can protect even a separate or as a combination. And you can have both running in parallel. There's no problem. Now KCB. Ukiona ile Simba unajua hii ni band ya KCB. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa ndio tulikuwa tunasema. Then there are also those ones slogans. My country my. Anakana hapa kuna watu wanakunywa. Watu wanaenda jaji kama huyu ndugu yangu peke yake. My country my pia we. This is what we used to sing when we were in those particular clubs. Then they are also called numerals. You can also protect them. Like if you were to, mtu akikwambia hawa 544. No? Uko na gari gani 544. Inamaanisha nini? Digit. Yeah. But it's a number. Number is identified with a particular good. Huh? So 07, my number is 0733. What automatically do you associate it with? Yes. Okay. There somebody saying Serge. Huh? 0733. I changed the names all the way. I don't know where we began from. Then 0722 you automatically you know, and you see the writing of this one as the last two of a different color. Now, before I go to principles of ownership, I would like to go back to slightly on copyright. We have talked about this one in detail, and like I told you, once you fix, you get the protected. But fortunately for you, and unfortunately for us IP officers, is that you do not have to go to any IP office to register your copyright for you to be protected. You do not have, it's not a must. But Kenya introduced a system, and other countries are introducing, and we have gone regional to introduce a particular system, whereby if you sing your song, you go and post your recording with the Kenya Copyright Board, so that it acts as the first evidence that you actually own it, in case something happens. It's just to help you to simplify litigation, but it's not a must. Once you sing your song and you put it in the medium that moves from one person to one, you are automatically protected. So you are lucky when I was asking, would I protect you? I was telling you no. But you must move that particular process to the end for you to be automatically protected. If you write a book, you have got to remove what you want to say from your head to paper or electronic medium and make it available to the public, and you are automatically protected. But in order for you to be covered well, you go to the institution responsible, then you post your book with them or your electronic medium, so that it becomes easier when somebody infringes on it to know that actually you own it. You are the owner. Now, then, what are the principles of ownership, which was also the issue that was raised in the morning? In principle, intellectual property, creations belong to the creator, in principle. And the creator cannot be the university, because the university is does not have a mind. Does it have a brain of its own? Hata kama ni artificial, naweka huko na binadamu. Yeah. So it belongs to a natural person, you first, in principle. Where more than one is involved, the ownership belongs to all. We call it joint ownership. So if he sings a song by himself, fine. But if he sings with her, they will own the copyright, both of them. Now the counting, collabo is strange. Because when we grant 50 years, for example, with 50 years after the death, we count the youngest. So that's why you have seen these days some old men are collaborating with the young ones. It's strategy. so that they keep on enjoying the rights long. Their families will keep on enjoying the rights. By the way, intellectual property can be passed from generation to generation, so long as it's under protection, like another property. So that's why when you see an old man collaborating with a young one, there are advantages there for the old man. Because we will start counting not from the year the work was done in this particular case, but after the death of the youngest. So they can, and if the youngest collaborates with another one and sings with a younger one, we can discuss that in another forum, not this one. Now, here, where somebody, your church pays you, or it can be in hard money or in kind, and then asks you to sing a song for them, for the church, then that one, in principle, belongs to them. Does not belong to you. Because they have paid you. Which simply means, if I was to come here and present a paper the university pays me, it detects the copyright. So if the university pays you to undertake research, don't ask me who owns it. Because you have the answer. But you don't leave empty-handed. You remember we said the moral rights. There you are allowed to be a right to be mentioned as the what do you call them? Those who sing the authors. You have a right to be mentioned as the inventor. That's the only right you have there in commissioning. The moral right. But the commercial rights you do not have. But when we are coming to the management, in order for the university to help you also assist in the research, there are arrangements that make you benefit directly rather than the moral rights. So we will capture them. You don't walk out empty-handed. I don't know what your university provides, but you will see some universities say that when you create, a certain percentage of money from the proceeds upon commercialization goes to you directly. Yes, I'm coming to you, sir. Or some others provide that when you invent, it's like a paper that can earn you promotion. Like you have done research work and published, so you are entitled to promotion. So you don't work them in order to encourage creativity. Because you can be a researcher, he can also be a researcher, but him is earning money, and is not producing any results. But you keep on producing results, research work, and good findings, which brings the university maybe money, but you don't benefit from it. So what kind of motivation makes you to, that you should get so that you can continue doing that? Yes, sir, you may ask.
Yes, I have a question regarding that. In principle, in general, I know it could be specific.
Yes.
Institutions.
Mm-hmm.
What if you invent at home? You are an employee.
Good. But when you invent at home, when you have been commissioned to do?
You are an employee in a university, but maybe you have a lab at home, and you end up inventing something.
You use your own resources?
Yes.
The university does not know.
Yes.
That belongs to you. And you are doing it at your own time. You know. If the universe was discreet, let me tell you something. You might be doing it at night. And if you are very obedient and now you don't use the universe materials at all to do your work, usiniki hapa kutumika kazi kwa nyumbani au kuweka rambi ya university kwenda kuandika notes yako kwa nyumbani yako unafanya ni sawa. Hiyo ndio yako. You not use you use your own time. Usiku unafanya. But you remember you are not paid only during the day at the university. You know that by the way?
Yes.
But you are not paid only during the day. You are paid for a month.
24/7.
Yes. It's only that you are given that time to work. If you go to stress yourself at home, you are stealing from the university. Because you come here tired and then you don't perform. You can work for? From your
off day.
From your off day?
Yes.
But you are paid for that off day. Are you not paid? There is something to help, but we say that if you don't use university resources at all, that's the principle, then it belongs to you. But if the university wants to take you in the challenge, it can be a very big litigation, and it has happened. Okay.
One quick question.
Yeah, before I come to yours, are you okay, sir?
Yes, yes.
All right, yes, sir. You may proceed.
These days is a trend where, let's say, a company is involved in certain sphere of equipment or product. So what many people do is now that they scout for some research papers which were published certain area, but the author has not put the, let's call it the codes and all, they are not disclosed. But these teams sit down and then they understand the paper, and now they implement on their own what he intended to do, and that output is put in a product, like for example the phone or other things. In that case, and it's a very trendy thing these days in China. Yeah.
You can write a book. You have the original copyright of the particular book. But I can translate the book from English to vernacular, for example, etc. I will own the copyright for the translated version. But you must give me permission to translate.
This is not a book. This is a research paper. So Americans are always accusing Chinese of infringing. But now here, in that research paper, the fella just narrated a lot of things. But somebody, they sat down and conceptualized. And then now, using that idea, which he has not disclosed a lot, 90%, now they go and put. That's why you see most of these Chinese phones have a lot of AI stuff, images, and and so forth.
Yes.
In that case, can you be sued?
Yes. Now, not I'm saying that you can be sued. I'm saying that I understand you very well. So do you get that one of the book about the right of translation? I have the right to translate. There is, I can, in copyright, you can express yourself this way. I will say the same idea in a different way. For example, that statement that I've written here, the best type management moves a decision IP policy, or where two more people create or IP, the right to IP 20 belongs to the board, or that's the way I put it. The idea I'm bringing out is joint ownership. Somebody else can put the same idea in a different way and own copyright. Driving use roads where you are. So the fact that the idea is yours originally does not mean that the way you have expressed, you control it. No, otherwise you will be having only one book for mathematics, or one book for English, or one book for computer. So the idea can be the same, but the way you express it can be different. I'm coming back, don't forget, let's exhaust this one first. Now, if you write something and then you put it in the library, somebody else comes and gets that one and translates this one idea. You have put some notes somewhere, maybe how to manufacture a drug, you write and then you put it there, but you do not move it forward. Somebody will come and look at that particular thing and then move it back forward to bring a drug. But depending on how he does it, we require permission from you who had written that particular thing about it, depending on how I do it. But also he has a right to use your information for research and development. without infringing on your work. So what the Chinese are doing might be right or wrong, depending on how they do it. Yes. So if they are copying exactly what the Americans are then doing and then they are doing there is copying which is allowed. Because we said, for example, patents are territorial. So if the Americans don't protect in China, why are they complaining? The technology is available for Chinese use. But if they protect it and the Chinese are copying, then they are doing something wrong. If you protect your drug here in Kenya, then you don't protect it in Uganda. Uganda are free to use it because the protection is not valid there. You cannot start complaining, oh, Uganda is using my drug, selling my drug without permission. No, because you not protect it there. It's territorial. The regular property is territorial. So there are so many factors that are considered in that particular case.
Because in the university they are saying,
yes,
you publish or perish.
Uh-huh.
But these guys like the Chinese and others, the whole issue is you publish your work and then you perish because you basically publish. I mean, you just publish, but you have not gotten any more. But somebody else gets, and that's what they are doing. The Taiwanese of this one and so forth.
Uh-huh. By the end of Friday, I will request that we modify that one, publish or perish. Modify the bit, and if we say publish, no protect, publish or perish. Yeah. So if you publish without, you will get copyright. If you publish, you will get copyright for that. But if you protect and then you publish, you will get copyright for publication, but you have protected your idea here so it cannot go through patent process and so forth. Yes.
Yeah.
Huh? Where is that our law? What kind of books do we bring here today where we say protect commercial rights? Are you able to get Ayana? Where we say protect commercial rights. Yeah. So we will be one of our objectives is just to try to. Even your vice chancellor said, how can you benefit from your intellectual property? So we are looking publish, yes, get promotion, but it's also good to get the intellectual property part of it besides the promotion, because both of them can earn you well. Last question, so that we watch the video and then we go for lunch.
Okay, my question is, if you are the original author and you translate into your dialect language, right? And you change some few things because you are supposed to translate it from word to word, and you change some things that offend somebody, who should be sued, you or the original author?
The translator. If you are the original one and have translated your work to my vernacular, you have what is called, another moral right called, the right to modification of your work. So I should not modify your work without your permission. If I modify it, for example, without your permission, that's already an offense. And then if I modify to offend, that's another offense which the one offended can sue. Or you can also sue that you are not only modified my work, but it's offending public, so I'm spoiling your reputation. You know, intellectual property is also about reputation. So you can sue me for that. Now with that one, I can, it is, I think it's 1 o'clock. Yes, so we can, because most of this one we can also refer where we protect IP. Maybe I mentioned that one because I had it come from your fees, the rationale for protection. Why do we protect IP? Why does the IP system exist? To encourage the creator to disclose, brings out this song to the public, thereby promoting the progress of science and the use of arts. So it's an incentive. If we don't want you to enjoy your song alone, we want us also to enjoy. So we encourage you, bring it, we will give you some level of protection. We don't want him to stick with this drug which can help people reduce appetite, so we encourage him to bring it out so that we give 20 years of protection. By this particular time, he could have recouped what he has invested in time and money. in 20 years. Then it becomes available to the public for all of use. Another element too was your answer. Protection has time limit, so after 20 years, for example, it's a patent, it's available for anybody to use, including if the innovation was protected in China, it has expired 20 years, China is free to use it. Then it looks at a contract between a government and a creator. So KIPP enters with you a contract as a creator, whereby you disclose your creation, and the KIPP gives you a monopoly under some particular conditions. 20 years, disclose, and so forth. So that's the contract. It's a kind of an incentive. Now, the importance of this particular contract is in such a way that if it does not exist, then it can be a struggle for the fittest. You have heard the report from there. Now this one is preventing us. Which means the strongest is the one who will come with you will come with your song, but if I'm strong, I can still enjoy it, sing it, and dance it because I'm strong. So it creates a system in such a way that it adds value to the creators in that particular time span. And although this intellectual property is intangible, it has revolutionized the society. Do you, even before we go to M-Pesa, maybe let me go now to this young man. Not the old one. Now, old man, I'm not coming to you. Let me come to the young man. Young man. You are reducing that you are a young man. When did you make a call for the first time? A phone call? You made a call. Can you remember? Yes? Struggle to remember. Which year? 1990. No, I'm saying telephone call. They were landline, they were ya kiberiti unaweka ngine hapo na ngine hapo mnaongea na mwingine ama nyungu hivi. And telephone call. When did you make it? 1998. Do you remember how was the handset?
Yeah.
How was it? Explain.
Like something like this.
Where did you make it from?
A telephone booth.
Are you listening? Did you meet telephone puts, the youngest? Did you meet telephone puts? You saw telephone puts? You made a call from there? Huh?
You've seen it on TV.
Yes. Now, when I was a little bit young, let me say like, not too young, but let's say 1980s, I was brought up in the village, and some of my relatives happens to, particularly there was a cousin of mine who had moved to the US in 1986. So in order to communicate to back at home, you could call Kisii town and then tell people from Kisii town to take matatu to move to his rural home, to invite the father to travel to Kisii town so that the son will call the father. You see, traveling is spending money. Coming this way is money and energy because the vehicles there were no borders to reach the rural home over there. So it takes time, money, and then also traveling back that way. Then the old man could go there, the phone does not come. Waits 2-3 days, a whole week, waiting for the phone to come. Are you here? Are you listening, young man? Now what happens these days? Sisi miko kwa mfuko. Inatoka US in a ring kwa mfuko ya mtu. Very cheap. Solving problems is about intellectual property. Solving problems, people, to make life easier. Of course there are advantages and disadvantages. Sijui kama alikuwa anatuma pesa kwa sababu akituma sijui ilikuwa inapita wapi. Pengine ifiki. Alikuja maybe after 30 years na anasema ndikutumia pesa, ulipata? Ama akipiga simu fortunately ulipata, hakuna pesa. Kwenye alienda hakuna mtu anajua, lakini sasa hivi nasikia. Umefanya nini? So that's the importance of it. Confirm the manners I have. So 5 minutes, please, just the video. 5 minutes, and then now you listen keenly. I want you to pick at least 3 keywords. Take your small paper. I said we are going to do that test. Pick a small paper. I want you to pick 3 keywords relating to intellectual property in this video. I will collect the papers and mark, and I will pass it to the coordinator. I will pass the mark to the coordinator. So it's a serious exam. Please make sure you pass it. Just 3 pass mark. Write your name and your telephone number. Then you write just 3 keywords from this video. It's a 5 minutes video. Those keywords, that should not be social keywords, as social keywords that relate intellectual property from what we have learned this particular morning. I don't know if I played with the people in Zoom also follow? ICT? Okay, good. Let me see. Where did it appear to? I'll move to another slide. I see they are using what I'm struggling to do here. Let me stop slideshow and maybe start afresh.
Wealthy people don't necessarily look for money. They create solutions.
Is there a way coming to this call?
Larry Page and Sergey Brin lent all
Are you hearing at the back? You are fine. Okay, I don't want you to fail exam because of me. So let me put it back. Are you ready? Are we ready to go? Yeah. Okay.
Wealthy people don't necessarily look for money. They create solutions, and money will follow them. Larry Page and Sergey Brin went all out to help humanity find things faster on the internet, and billions of dollars followed them. Mark Zuckerberg created platforms for socialization, and over $71 billion followed him. Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak went all out to reduce the size of computer, and billions of dollars followed them. You, what problems are you solving for humanity? Some people spend weeks on the mountain praying for financial breakthrough without knowing what to do to be rich. They just want to be rich anyhow. It doesn't work that way. Real wealth comes through solving problems. Real wealth comes when we take a critical look around us, see the challenges that surround us, and proffer solutions to them. One of the major reasons why millions of Africans live below the poverty line is our belief that magic wands will suddenly mint money for us. How many cups of mustard seeds did Mark Zuckerberg eat that made him an instant billionaire? How many bottles of anointing oil did Jeff Bezos drink that turned him into an overnight owner of Amazon? If all can listen to the voice of God and do the right thing for humanity, God will be happier with us. This is how potential billionaires pray. Dear Lord, Nigeria has an electricity problem. Our roads are death traps. Healthcare system is in shambles. Our youths are sold for slavery because there's no job for them. 25 million Nigerians are disabled. Lord, please baptize me with fresh ideas on how to solve some of these problems and connect me to the right partners to make it happen. Thank you, Lord. God will definitely download creative ideas into their minds. Dear friends, it's time to change our thinking and prayer pattern. Stop looking for shortcuts to the top. Let's start looking for the problems we can solve for humanity. Money is actually a reward for solving problems for people. Keep soaring.
That's the end of it. Don't take offense. You are the one who climbs the mountain to play for. Thank God, don't take offense. Or if you come from Nigeria, don't take offense. It's only that it was used as an example. Okay. Now, are you okay or we play it once more? Huh?
What was the question?
What was
You have only seen the answer.
The question is, do we go for lunch or? No, I'm asking whether are we okay? Are we been able to write the 3 keywords relating to intellectual property, or we played? It's just 4 minutes before we go for lunch. We are okay? Yeah, okay. Good. All right. Let me collect my assignment. Can you correct it from that side this way so that I get them towards this end? Na kama upeani nitakuona tu upeani. Then we will review them after lunch. Wakati tumeshiba. Hapana funika, peana tu, hata mwenzako akisoma hilo umeandika usijali. Tulisema hakuna mtu wako roho. Hapana ficha, peana mwenzako alete huko. Mbona unaficha huko? All of the keywords will be good because you will part of talk on it. Okay, thank you, sir. Back to you. I think we can stop there meanwhile.
Thank you very much, Bwana Misati. And I hope all of us have learned from this session. The intention is to cover as much as possible on your expectations. So before we break for lunch, I think we need to appreciate Bwana Misati for the good presentation. And we believe it will be better even after lunch. I don't know how we're going to do it, but do we know how to clap factorial?
Yes.
We start with 5, as we go down, yeah? Let's prepare. We start with 5, going down, yeah? Yes. Okay, let's start. Thank you. So we'll go for lunch, and we will come back at the next session is at 2.
I'll come back to the team because we are second here. We will be able to cover because as we are proceeding, I've already done some presentation. Oh, no problem.
5 people.
5 people have not given.
Oh, 5.
Walimu watu watano wamekataa kukana sasa. You will bring out the lunch, eh? Okay, they will bring out the lunch. Yes, okay, thanks.
My name is Peter Masinde from Mary University of Science and Technology. My name is Peter Masinde from Mary University of Science and Technology. And here we are on our experimental field in Mokodima land where we are carrying out our trials. The experiment is about sensor-based irrigation and is combined with biochar as a soil amendment. And we have come here on the field to validate those two technologies. That's why we are on this farm.
My name is Daniel Maitethia from Meru University of Science and Technology. I am a lecturer there and a researcher. Now, what we have come to do here is validate the sensor-based automatic irrigation system. I am leading the technical development of the system. What we have here is a sensor-based automatic irrigation system. The system is controlled by soil moisture sensors, which are fitted in the root zone of the crops to detect when the soil needs moisture, and the system will automatically release water to go to the crops through the pipelines and to the drip lines. So I have with me the sensors. These are the sensors. Now, this is a soil moisture sensor. If I put it in a dry soil, it will instruct the system to release water. The system will continue to release water until the sensor detects enough moisture to instruct the system to stop watering. So, for example, if I can water this place, now the water goes off. So that's one mode of operation of this system, where the sensor controls when to water the crops and when to stop watering. Another mode is where you can use your phone. I can send a SMS to the system telling it to release water. So let me tell a specific outlet to release the water. So I send a SMS like tap 1 on, tap 2 on, and so on. So I've sent an SMS. The system will receive that SMS and will open the valve so that water can be released, and you can see it. So that again is channeled to the crops. You can give it some time and then you send another one to shut the system. So tap 2 off. Send to shut it off. And it has shut it off.
Naitwa Alice Amina. Siku ya leo nimejifunza mambo ya drip irrigation na dam irrigation. Hizo zote tumejifunza siku ya leo. Mkulima wa kawaida anaweza chukua hayo mafunzo na afaidike kama wenye wanatufunza watatusaidia.
Asante sana.
Yeah, my name is Paul Ntere, working for the Ministry of Agriculture, Tharaka County. Yeah, this is a very good technology in this area, considering that water is a scarce resource, and we have irrigation farmers practicing irrigation in this area. And at a time like now, there is usually scarcity, and farmers are not able to expand their fields because of the limited amount of water. So this system, if it works, then it will come in handy to assist the farmers to expand even their fields and also be able to reduce on their labor costs. Because in this case, if the sensors that are the ones that are going to allow, to control the irrigation, then once you automate the irrigation systems, then the labor will be minimal, and therefore farmers will save in terms of the cost of production.
Thank you very much, sir. It has been a pleasure talking to you.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic handwear skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or handwear problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic handwear skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or handwear problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic handwear skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or handwear problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
My name is Peter Masinde from Mary University of Science and Technology, and here we are on our experimental field in Mokodima land where we are carrying out our trials. The experiment is about sensor-based irrigation and is combined with biochar as a soil amendment. And we have come here on the field to validate those two technologies. That's why we are on this farm.
My name is Daniel Maitethia from Meru University of Science and Technology. I am a lecturer there and a researcher. Now, what we have come to do here is validate the sensor-based automatic irrigation system. I am leading the technical development of the system. What we have here is a sensor-based automatic irrigation system. The system is controlled by soil moisture sensors, which are fitted in the root zone of the crops to detect when the soil needs moisture, and the system will automatically release water to go to the crops through the pipelines and to the drip lines. So I have with me the sensors. These are the sensors. Now, this is a soil moisture sensor. If I put it in a dry soil, it will instruct the system to release water. The system will continue to release water until the sensor detects enough moisture to instruct the system to stop watering. So, for example, if I can water this place, now the water goes off. So that's one mode of operation of this system, where the sensor controls when to water the crops and when to stop watering. Another mode is where you can use your phone. I can send a SMS to the system telling it to release water. So let me tell a specific outlet to release the water. So I send a SMS like tap 1 on, tap 2 on, and so on. So I've sent an SMS. The system will receive that SMS and will open the valve so that water can be released, and you can see. So that again is channeled to the crops. You can give it some time and then you send another one to shut the system. So tap 2 off. Send to shut it off. And it has shut it off.
Naitwa Alice Amina. Siku ya leo nimejifunza mambo ya drip irrigation na dam irrigation. Hizo zote tumejifunza siku ya leo. Mkulima wa kawaida anaweza chukua hayo mafunzo na afaidike kama wenye wanatufunza watatusaidia.
Asante sana.
Yeah, my name is Paul Ntere, working for the Ministry of Agriculture, County. Yeah, this is a very good technology in this area, considering that water is a scarce resource, and we have irrigation farmers practicing irrigation in this area. And at a time like now, there is usually scarcity, and farmers are not able to expand their fields because of the limited amount of water. So this system, if it works, then it will come in handy to assist farmers to expand even their fields, and also be able to reduce on their labor costs. Because in this case, if the sensors that are the ones that are going to allow, to control the irrigation, then once you automate the irrigation systems, then the labor will be minimal, and therefore farmers will save in terms of the cost of production.
Thank you very much, sir. It has been a pleasure talking to you.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology and Kenya Methodist University and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
My name is Peter Masinde from Meru University of Science and Technology. And here we are on our experimental field in Mokodima land where we are carrying out our trials. The experiment is about sensor-based irrigation and is combined with biochar as a soil amendment. And we have come here on the field to validate those two technologies. That's why we are on this farm.
My name is Daniel Maitethia from Meru University of Science and Technology. I am a lecturer there and a researcher. Now, what we have come to do here is validate the sensor-based automatic irrigation system. I am leading the technical development of the system. What we have here is a sensor-based automatic irrigation system. The system is controlled by soil moisture sensors, which are fitted in the root zone of the crops to detect when the soil needs moisture, and the system will automatically release water to go to the crops through the pipelines and to the drip lines. So I have with me the sensors These are the sensors. Now, this is a soil moisture sensor. If I put it in a dry soil, it will instruct the system to release water. The system will continue to release water until the sensor detects enough moisture to instruct the system to stop watering. So, for example, if I can water this place, now the water goes off. So that's one mode of operation of this system, where the sensor controls when to water the crops and when to stop watering. Another mode is where you can use your phone. I can send a SMS to the system telling it to release water. So let me tell a specific outlet to release the water. So I send a SMS like tap 1 on, tap 2 on, and so on. So I've sent an SMS. The system will receive that SMS and will open the valve so that water can be released, and you can see. So that again is channeled to the crops. You can give it some time and then you send another one to shut the system. So tap 2 off. Send to shut it off. And it has shut it off.
Naitwa Alice Amina. Siku ya leo nimejifunza mambo ya drip irrigation na dam irrigation. Hizo zote tumejifunza siku ya leo. Mkulima wa kawaida anaweza chukua hayo mafunzo na afaidike kama wenye wanatufunza watatusaidia.
Asante sana.
Yeah, my name is Paul Ntere, working for the Ministry of Agriculture, Tharaka-Nithi County. Yeah, this is a very good technology in this area, considering that water is a scarce resource, and we have irrigation farmers practicing irrigation in this area. And at a time like now, there is usually scarcity, and farmers are not able to expand their fields because of the limited amount of water. So this system, if it works, then it will come in handy to assist farmers to expand even their fields, and also be able to reduce on their labor costs. Because in this case, if the sensors that are the ones that are going to allow, to control the irrigation, then once you automate the irrigation systems, then the labor will be minimal, and therefore farmers will save in terms of the cost of production.
Thank you very much, sir. It has been a pleasure talking to you.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
and we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology and Kenya Methodist University and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology and Kenya Methodist University and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
My name is Peter Masinde from Mary University of Science and Technology, and here we are on our experimental field in Mokodima land where we are carrying out our trials. The experiment is about sensor-based irrigation and is combined with biochar as a soil amendment. And we have come here on the field to validate those two technologies. That's why we are on this farm.
My name is Daniel Maitethia from Meru University of Science and Technology. I am a lecturer there and a researcher. Now, what we have come to do here is validate the sensor-based automatic irrigation system. I am leading the technical development of the system. What we have here is a sensor-based automatic irrigation system. The system is controlled by soil moisture sensors, which are fitted in the root zone of the crops to detect when the soil needs moisture, and the system will automatically release water to go to the crops through the pipelines and to the drip lines. So I have with me the sensors. These are the sensors. Now, this is a soil moisture sensor. If I put it in a dry soil, it will instruct the system to release water. The system will continue to release water until the sensor detects enough moisture to instruct the system to stop watering. So, for example, if I can water this place, Now the water goes off. So that's one mode of operation of this system, where the sensor controls when to water the crops and when to stop watering. Another mode is where you can use your phone. I can send a SMS to the system telling it to release water. So let me tell a specific outlet to release the water. So I send a SMS like tap 1 on, tap 2 on, and so on. So I've sent an SMS. The system will receive that SMS and will open the valve so that water can be released, and you can see. So that again is channeled to the crops. You can give it some time and then you send another one to shut the system. So tap 2 off. Send to shut it off. And it has shut it off.
Naitwa Alice Amina. Siku ya leo nimejifunza mambo ya drip irrigation na dam irrigation. Hizo zote tumejifunza siku ya leo. Mkulima wa kawaida anaweza chukua hayo mafunzo na afaidike kama wenye wanatufunza watatusaidia.
Asante sana.
Yeah, my name is Paul Ntere, working for the Ministry of Agriculture, Tharaka County. Yeah, this is a very good technology in this area, considering that water is a scarce resource, and we have irrigation farmers practicing irrigation in this area. And at a time like now, there is usually scarcity, and farmers are not able to expand their fields because of the limited amount of water. So this system, if it works, then it will come in handy to assist the farmers to expand even their fields, and also be able to reduce on their labor costs. Because in this case, if the sensors are the ones that are going to allow, to control the irrigation, then once you automate the irrigation systems, then the labor will be minimal, and therefore farmers will save in terms of the cost of production.
Thank you very much, sir. It has been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
My name is Peter Masinde from Mary University of Science and Technology, and here we are on our experimental field in Mokodima land where we are carrying out our trials. The experiment is about sensor-based irrigation and is combined with biochar as a soil amendment. And we have come here on the field to validate those two technologies. That's why we are on this farm.
My name is Daniel Maitethia from Meru University of Science and Technology. I am a lecturer there and a researcher. Now, what we have come to do here is validate the sensor-based automatic irrigation system. I am leading the technical development of the system. What we have here is a sensor-based automatic irrigation system. The system is controlled by soil moisture sensors, which are fitted in the root zone of the crops to detect when the soil needs moisture, and the system will automatically release water to go to the crops through the pipelines and to the drip lines. So I have with me the sensors. These are the sensors. Now this is a soil moisture sensor. if I put it in a dry soil, it will instruct the system to release water. The system will continue to release water until the sensor detects enough moisture to instruct the system to stop watering. So, for example, if I can water this place, now the water goes off. So that's one mode of operation of this system, where the sensor controls when to water the crops and when to stop watering. Another mode is where you can use, I can send a SMS to the system telling it to release water. So let me tell a specific outlet to release the water. So I send a SMS like tap 1 on, tap 2 on, and so on. So I've sent an SMS. The system will receive that SMS and will open the valve so that water can be released, and you can see. So that again is channeled to the crops. You can give it some time and then you set.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers But if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long-forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners.
Yes, we are not doing very bad. That does not mean that we are doing bad. Huh? We are doing good. We are just only one presentation behind. The one we were supposed to be done just before lunch. So one is not, I don't think it's bad. Let me not say it's bad. I don't think it's bad. So with time, as we approach, we will recover, and then we had some assignments that we did. We will spend like 2 minutes to mark the assignment, all of us. So I will be reading the name and what you have captured.
Don't say the names.
Don't say the names. But what are you fearing? Because what you wrote is right. We agreed what you say is right.
Nothing right or wrong.
Whether right or wrong. What do you think? I should not call names. I can just quote the keywords.
Yes.
And whom are my reviews. So I agree. So are you happy now?
Yes.
No names. Okay, let's sample. Okay, we arrive at 1. I will mark all of them later, but let's mark together. I almost mentioned the name, only that I cannot pronounce it. It's a lady. Can I read?
Don't read.
Okay, keywords. Creation of solutions. Creation of solutions. That's a good attempt. How many words are those? Huh? 2 words? 3. How many key? Huh? 2 are a key. Okay. Then another one says Facebook. It's a keyword invented by Zuckerberg. Huh? Then it says anointing oil. Anointing oil inventions from the pastor. Who have put mutiani? At least I wanted 3. I can see creation is intellectual property. Solution is a major keyword. It's one of the major keywords I was looking in that video. And as we saw, from the Mango is that people are solving problems. So they are coming to solutions to problems that we experience in the society. That's the basis of intellectual property. Even in the side of singing, when they entertain us, we become happy, they are solving our problems. So solution is a major keyword in intellectual property. Now the solution cannot come if there is no problem. So there is problem, solution, then leads to wealth. Yes, so even the anointing oil climbing the fountain, let me see where else I can go. Oh, let me hide it so that you don't know who it is. Yes, then this one decided not to write then, oh, he wrote finally, or she wrote, he or she finally wrote it down there. Then he said, create solutions. Then he said, FP, I think it belongs to Facebook. Then problem, keyword, developing solutions for humankind. Problem, item number 7, diseases. Number 2, new innovations. Si amejaribu? Amepata, si amejaribu. Kuna problem, one that did not follow, he or she did not follow instructions. Because I only wanted 3 keywords. So I can pick problems from there. Then there is solutions. Then diseases, which is a problem, and innovations. So amejaribu, wacha nifike pia. Ya mwisho, hii kubwa. Mliona nani alipeana kubwa? The name is well written there. Captured solutions, very well. Problem solving, very well. Ideas, excellent. Only that gave four keywords instead of 3, but all of those ones I was looking for are captured other than well. So none mwenye sijitokeza. Okay, thank you very much. This is well done. So we may now proceed. I want to make sure they don't run away, because finally I will give them red ink. Now we are only to look at the intellectual property system, international, the other paper, international, regional, and national intellectual property systems in Kenya as part of overview for intellectual property. Now, as we are establishing since morning, and we continue to establish, is that intellectual property is part of our lives. Intellectual property is part of our lives. Now, remember our agreement that it must be interactive. Let's see how intellectual property is part of our lives. Wakati uliamuka asubuhi, ukapata Mungu amekujalia, umeamuka, what did you do? The first thing you did wakati uliamuka namna hii, ukapata kumekucha na you are supposed to get out of bed to come here. What did you do? What was the first thing you did? You got out of the bed. Yes, you got out of the bed. When the bed is intellectual property. Yeah. Yes, after getting out of the bed, what do you do next? Don't be shy, just say. You brush your teeth. Yes. What did you use to brush your teeth? Toothpaste and toothbrush. Toothpaste and toothbrush. You see, toothpaste and toothbrush is intellectual property. There are trademarks there, there are patents, there are designs. What else did you do? Then you want to take a shower, you soap at the water. Where? In the liver? In the bathroom. Yeah. He went to the bathroom and decided to take a shower. He has mentioned water. That water was not put there by word. Water is called its creation, but the way it arrives there is not by God, that's by human intellect. It arrives through intellectual property. The piping system, the taps, and so forth. Soap is talking about was not created by God. Or you went to the trees, you know, there are trees that you used to wash your body like soap. They were not created, they were created by human being. Then he has talked about soap and water. Then what after? What breast?
Yeah, I dressed up.
You dressed up. The dresses is wearing is a patent. We talks about the clothes being having different designs, and other than being in different designs, even the first time this idea of wearing clothes come. Initially, we used to wear here leaves around us. Now, when somebody decided to translate from leaves to something like that, that's already technology. It's intellectual property. So dress. If you look at the inner part of, there's a lip always in the inner part of your cloth. That who designed it, sometimes it bears a trademark. Who sells the shirt? So that's intellectual property. Continue, sir. You are doing very well.
Then I sat down for a cup of coffee, breakfast, and then of course I had to take a look at my phone, go through email here and there, then my way to the office.
Here you are. This is the office you were coming to.
Not really. The other office over there.
Now, are you seeing that everything is mentioning? How did you come? You came on foot.
I drove here.
It's intellectual property. Even if he was to come on foot, he was wearing shoes. It's not God's creation. Maybe it's God's creation if we have got to obey God's law. It's God's creation through a human mind. So life is about intellectual property. Generally, IP impacts on areas of development of your life. I usually say that if you look, for example, on my WhatsApp, maybe I've said embrace intellectual property. But if you look at what's the other thing called Skype, I say intellectual property is life, and life is intellectual property. For us who are living these particular days, how could you live without? Are we able? If everything that we use these days is withdrawn, I don't think there can be life. And everything that we use these days is human creation. Most of it, other than the oxygen here, unless you have COVID to get the one pipe, other than the light. If you look at yourself from your head to the toe, other than that, God created you, the life in you, the blood moving in you. Even in some of us, we have systems that tell our blood to move. Other than that one, everything else about you is about intellectual property, human creation. So, intellectual property is part of our life. And he has talked about the phone. So he used the message, he communicated it there. I don't know what we would be doing if we could have not solved the problems we experienced by creating intellectual property. Now, even most of the measures that are used by those ones who determine the levels of development, they encompass intellectual property because it's part of life. Now, in principle, intellectual property is a private, an intellectual property right is a private right. What does that one mean? The government, okay, we saw it's a contract between the government and the creator. So the government provides a mechanism for the creator to be able to protect the intellectual property. It is the responsibility of the creator to protect intellectual property. So if he is singing or is coming with a drug, it is not the government to protect, but to facilitate his protection. And when the creation is infringed upon by anybody else, is the responsibility of the creator to look for the person who is infringing and then take action. Ask for the government now to assist in taking action. Like when he was reporting that now that this guy is harassing like us, it's the guy's responsibility to harass them. Because he has a right to that so far. That's a very important principle. Intellectual property is a private. So when you create, you have got to make our effort to make sure that the protection, you seek protection, and when you get protection, you are supposed to make sure that it is well enforced. Now, remember the contract. The government gives you monopoly for a number of years, and you disclose what is in your mind so that the others can enjoy. Then, that monopoly we give you had indicated initially that there must be obligations. One obligation is to disclose. There are other obligations. However, the monopoly is not just open like that. We also have what we call exceptions to monopoly. There are things that you cannot do even if you have the monopoly. So there are exclusions. One major exclusion is that, and we are going to see those ones in detail, is that if you come up with the drug he was talking about, then you must put that drug in the market because the contract is like that. You must put that particular drug in the market. If you don't put the drug in the market and it's useful, you can imagine, for example, that one was the one to treat corona so far. He comes with that, he does not put it in the market. So the government will sit back and they say, oh, it belongs to an individual. No. There are systems that are established in the intellectual property system in such a way that we will take over, we will look for mechanisms of making sure that that drug is in the market. Even if it belongs to him, there are mechanisms. For example, if we were here today, and then it's discovered that under this particular building, there's a lot of oil that can make Kenya move faster to be a developed country. You think the government will sit that they don't know it belongs to Mary University, we will demolish the building, there will be no place for holding lectures, there will be no innovation center. They will look at what value is there. And then they will come here, maybe negotiate with the university. University is part of government, then they agree, then they say, let's mind the oil is more important than the innovation center. If anybody refuses, he will be sacked tomorrow. Or it is taken by force. Where are you going to complain? The Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will say compensate. So when it says compensate, the government will say, okay, we will obey the law. They compensate you for the next 100 years. Huh? Have you not seen people who are winning cases and then they die without getting the compensation? Yeah. So we say the government gives you the right, but it retains what we call the imminent of sovereign domain. Imminent of sovereign domain. So they still have sovereignty over you. Will you disclose? Know that technology, that's where we need to disclose. And when we are coming to patent, we say disclose that drug to the best knowledge so that any person who is skilled in that particular art is able to produce the drug. So that you can ati ni yangu tunanyakua tunatengeneza inasaidia wananchi. Yeah. So that is the essence of the contract. That agreement exists. And in the international system, we have so many agreements. First of all, we have the World Intellectual Property Organization, which is an umbrella organization charged with the promotion of intellectual property in the world. It is headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland, Geneva. Then we have another institution called the World Trade Organization. which also administered one very important agreement in intellectual property called the TRIPS agreement, the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property, which sets minimum standards for the protection of intellectual property for members of that organization. And there are also almost 144 members, more than that, of that particular organization. It sets minimum. Kenya is a member, so there it says, okay, for example, it tells us if you must grant patents, Kenya, you must grant for 20 years, minimum 20 years, and we must oblige. If we don't oblige, they have a mechanism of taking us to court. A mechanism called dispute settlement mechanism, which is like an international court. It's just like ICC. So we have got to oblige. We agree that, for example, the trademark you renew for a particular number of years, maybe forever. If that's what we agree, we must subscribe with that. All those countries. So it sets minimum standard. And it's the only agreement which sets minimum standards in intellectual property for several countries in the world. It's a very famous and controversial agreement as well. Now, that is the World Trade Organization. Then there is particular aspects of intellectual property in another organization called World Intellectual Property World Health Organization, especially in the area of intellectual property and public health, which makes that particular agreement very controversial. So intellectual property is also an aspect there. And it penetrates other arrangements like the United Nations, other special agencies, including human rights. So it penetrates there. When I was trying to look at some international agreements, I counted around 77 that happened to come across. There are more than that, there are 100 plus, but when I looked at 77, they gave rights to intellectual property, and there were exceptions, limitations. The purpose of the limitation and exceptions is to have a balance between the private interest, your commercial, and the public interest. I've said if oil is here, it's in public interest that oil is mined to serve many, not to serve the university only. So there is that balance. We give you the right, the private right, then we make sure that that right, you don't abuse it, you use it well for the benefit of the society. So there is private public interest in the intellectual property rights. Now, what is the intellectual property system? We have talked about the World Intellectual Property Organization, the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, and other UN specialized agencies where they handle some elements of intellectual property. Now, besides that one, we have a regional organization called African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO. It is began here in Kenya, but it looks like we liked money so much, we asked them to start paying rent. It was based in Nairobi. They decided to move to Zimbabwe, where there was free accommodation. Now they have been there up to now, and they are based there in Harare, Zimbabwe. African Regional Intellectual Property Organization. When we come to the patent processing procedure, we will also mention about it and how it is useful for us. Also in the patent procedure, we will talk a little bit about the World Intellectual Property Organization, how it will help you as inventors or creators to have better and easier systems of protection. This thing has decided to go beyond the. It is serving itself. So, then in Kenya, somewhere in one of the slides I mentioned, maybe I jumped it, but there was somewhere it was written that we are one of the best IP offices in Africa. Not only in Africa, but in the world. Because we have met minimum standards set by the international arrangement. We are one of the best. And so far as we speak, we are the second. Actually, okay. Egypt in Sub-Saharan Africa, no. Egypt is not in Sub-Saharan Africa. We are the only country in Sub-Saharan Africa who have what we call patent examiners like me, who carry out substantial examination of patents. South Africa is beginning now. When we were telling them we want to build capacity in patent examination, they were laughing at us. But now they call us to go and build capacity in them, how to have patent examiners. Botswana has, but it does not carry out substantial examination, as a few. So Egypt has quite a number of examiners, but that's Northern Africa, Morocco, those countries in Northern Africa happen to have a patent examiner. And there are advantages to that. So we recognize intellectual property as a tool for economic development and a catalyst as well in order to be competitive in the reference global economy. The government is devoting effort and resources to ensure availability of policy, legal, and institutional frameworks for effective and efficient utilization of IPRs within its territory for enhancement of national growth. That's where we are here as part of it. We started with the constitution, or we made sure that Kenya has it in the constitution, and then we have started legal and policy frameworks. We will see a few of them. Then institutional is like for us, keep. And there are a few institutions that we are about to see. So we are doing very well in the global arena. We are, as I've indicated to you, is that we are already, we call it RIPS compliant. We comply with the international minimum standards for protection of intellectual property. And also, we are very active at the international level in setting norms in intellectual property rights. Very active at the World Intellectual Property Organization, World Trade Organization, World Health Organization, so that we take interests of our own people in those name settings, so that standards are not set whereby our people will not meet, or it will be so costly for the government to meet that. Now, we looked at the classes of intellectual property earlier, whereby we said that one is industrial property. That particular regime of intellectual property is administered by the Kenya Industrial Property Institution, my institution. In short, acronym KIPI, I've given the information about it. That's a different parastatal. Now, what we call copyright and related rights are also administered by another parastatal called Kekobo. It is there, it's called Kenya Copyright Board. It's currently under the office of the Attorney General. It moved twice, but it has gone back to the office of the Attorney General. And they also have a law like us that they use to administer copyright. It's called the Copyright Act 2001. So in short, it's called, that institution is called Kekobo. It administers those particular aspects of intellectual property copyright. Then we also have plant breeders' rights, which is administered by an institution called KEVIS. KEVIS stands for Kenya Plant Health Distributory Service. So this is the one which administers plant breeders' rights. Those when we talked about, those who improve on plant breeds, those who breed plants to improve on productivity, or come up with a variety that is resistant to, for example, what? Also, there are others that are resistant to diseases. So those kind of improvements are covered under those particular systems. I think this makes the end of my presentation. Now we want to go back to those particular questions and then see how would we have fared? So again, we will answer now these questions. This even if it looks obvious, let's just answer. So that in the next 1 minute or so, we finish. If you raise hand or you lower your hand very fast, we will finish in the next few minutes. So we will now start to see whether we have gained. After the presentation now, how many have heard about intellectual property? By hands? By hands? How many have heard about intellectual property? I've seen one has not heard.
Everybody.
So that's good. How many had used intellectual property now? That time, how many had used? We said in the morning?
How many had used? 11.
11. Now, how many can say that they have used intellectual property? Huh? Can I ask you the question again? Yes. You have not used the intellectual property.
I don't want to cheat.
You have not used, you don't want to cheat?
Yes.
Okay.
I saw you using.
Just raise up.
Zoom.
You are seeing him wearing a mask.
Yes.
Huh? She's wearing clothes.
She has her phone there.
She has her phone there.
16, 17.
17.
Even 18.
Is there other than her? Is there anybody who has not used?
Yes.
Oh, there are others. Let me see. Let me see. And who has used intellectual property? Huh? Who else is only how was not used? Huh? Daktari has not used.
No.
Okay, good. The next one is how many can divide intellectual property? How many can divide intellectual property? Yes. Yes, they can divide. I was almost asking what is intellectual property. You were not dividing. What is it? Can you divide it for us? Since you cannot divide, can you divide it for us intellectual property? Something that arises from human intellect. Now, how many believe that intellectual property is part of their daily lives? How many? There's nobody who's not believing. Good. Now, how many appreciate the role of intellectual property in development? From the video you have looked and from the presentations, from what happens in your life, how many appreciate that intellectual property has a big role to play in development? Good. So I think we have learned, other than requesting him, I know how she was talking, other than requesting him to go and then through the notes and then try to. When I was in school, we used to have what we used to cram. You cram the definition of intellectual property.
Sir,
yes?
I would like to interject the last one, the last point.
Yes.
That how many appreciate the role of intellectual property in development?
In development.
I think it is yes, and somehow no, because at times it curtails. Someone else wants to do something, but you can't do it. Like this must be asking me. I might have made mine similar to this, but now I can't put a similar one. So I can't develop on my own. So it curtails.
Yes.
Okay, it improves the other person who has done it so that they can get money. But at times, other improvement on it that we curtail.
Yes, it's very true. Because of that preclusion.
Yes.
Because of the monopoly, preclude the others from doing development. But in overall, that monopoly facilitates development generally. The benefits are more than the disadvantages. Because even after that period we talked about 20 years, that preclusion expired so that everybody would start manufacturing. That's why you even see these days the cars almost look the same. Huh? Now you see his mask, his mask is different from yours. Is different from mine. Whereas mine is one there is very different from mine. Is different from this. Both of them they do the same thing. The idea is the same. That's why you do not monopolize the idea. You monopolize what you bring, how you express the idea. So both of them are masked. Now his is different from yours from design and also function because yours has a vent. So it can allow you to do something. The one who did that one enables this one to do something. Now you see the fact that maybe this one is the one that existed first. The fact that it existed and that one had monopoly did not prevent the hard one from coming with that one. When we come to the patent, we will see that that kind of protection which facilitates closure enables things to move. We started from the telephone put all the way to the pocket. Now why? Because what was disclosed was known and it was improved upon to make things better. And we are big on it. As we speak here, very many scientists are in the laboratory working out on improvement, solutions to the problem. No science really come with something and qualify as a utility model, or you can improve to qualify as a utility model. So either ways. Actually, our next presentation bring out those particular developments. Okay. So, other than the interaction, we're asking questions as we go by, Daktari, I think we have not had really time to say now, put the questions to the floor. At this particular juncture, maybe I can request that we put that one to the floor so that we can now listen to the questions and answer. Particular one. In case there are others that were not raised during the meeting. Asante.
Thank you very much, Bwana Misati. At this point, what Misati is really saying is you might be having a burning question based on the presentation that was, or even the previous one. This is a chance for you to actually speak up or ask for clarification or a comment, if you have, before he moves to the next level. So it is always open. If you feel there is a question or clarification you seek, then this is the time. Yes, yes.
My first question goes to the securing of the community resources and the innovations, the traditional ones. Are they exempted, or what's the process? Because we have lots and lots of loans of community-owned resources and these things which can be patented. But because of either lack of knowledge or lack of know-how of the processes, those things have ended up being individualized and owned by the institutions or even organizations which don't add any value to the community. So does KIPI have any policy, any form or way of doing that?
Thank you. Misati, will you take that or we take from another person?
Maybe another person, two or three.
Another? Yes?
I have a question. In patenting, for instance, we know the cancer logo, or what they patented was the yes slogan with an exclamation mark at the end of it with color, I think purple. So what if I come with my color, let's say blue, with the same slogan like yes apostrophe but color blue? Would that be considered as a unique thing?
Thank you.
Okay.
Another question?
Yes.
Okay.
Before you grant somebody patent, where do you check for existence of a similar thing? Is it locally, internationally? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Misati, we can take those three before we give others again chance to.
Okay. All right. Community resources. Is there a policy? Is there a law? The answer is yes. We already have what we call traditional knowledge and cultural expressions policy. Is already adopted. And we have a law called the Protection of Traditional Knowledge Act, which covers those kind of community, let me call it community creations, and gives a leeway on how the community goes to seek protection. Now, also under the National Environment Authority, the National Environment Act, we have a system
for protecting community resources which are genetic in nature. So genetic resources are also covered there. And that also goes to the question that was asked in the morning on whether somebody would come and research on those community resources and then just get away with it. There's a mechanism has been established in those particular laws on how researchers should access, for example, genetic resources. And then they need to inform the custodians of the genetic resources, who must give permission that the research is being carried out, or who should give permission that the research is carried out, and then come up with an arrangement on how the community can benefit with the commercialization of any research findings that comes out here. So yes, there is that particular system. Now, yes, you want to replace blue with red. That's a very good question. We will also be getting in detail from our sister here. The answer can be yes or no, depending on... now, when you want to replace with blue, what do you want to use the yes for?
Maybe if I want to sell pens, blue pens.
Okay.
So I can say like yes, blue pens, like they get the best.
Okay. My answer is yes and no, but she will give me details later. Why yes? Because there is what she will tell you called that the class of which, where does it belong? That you can use a trademark, for example, if it's HP, you can move from HP from the computer to just another class, for example, of unga. Yeah, ugari. And no, because there is another caveat there, which is a very recent one, called well-known marks. So they are saying you cannot use a well-known marks in another class, even if it's different from the class that was protected. So it's yes and no. Details will come during our presentation. Are you following up on that question?
Yes, yes.
Okay, follow up before we go to the other one.
Now that Kensel is not there anymore, can you use it, or is it still protected? They're out of the bucket.
Kensel is not there anymore. Where is it?
Rebranded.
Rebranded. They rebranded. Or they were sold. They rebranded. Okay, let's go to the rebranding. They assume they were rebranded. Then, when you rebrand, what happens with your intellectual property?
You take on liabilities.
Sorry?
When you are sold out, you carry all the liabilities.
And on liabilities?
The assets.
When we sold, you take off all the assets and the liabilities. As we saw here, intellectual property is an asset. Still some money property. So most likely, when it convert, what initially was cancel, then to what? Most likely they move. And as we say, property is treated like always like another property. So if they own that particular property, most likely they transferred the intellectual property that one.
But you can buy it from them.
Sorry?
You can buy it from them.
Yes, it's part of the pricing. It's part of the pricing. So that is if that's what happened. But there's something we will talk about called expungement from the register for non-use of a trademark. It simply means that if, for example, if Jogo is no longer selling unga, you can come to us and then say that now this one is no longer using this trademark, it's not useful, expunge it from the register, and then expunge means remove it and register it. And register it because I want to do what? I want to use it. You can use it with registering with us, or without it. We will clarify that one. And then maybe as you will continue, there was another issue called TSA code. Diane will clarify that. Then, when you write to us, we will ask the owner of Jogo, we have this one, we intend to expand it from the register. Because we don't want to do something and then we are sued. No, I was using. Maybe you are malicious telling us that this one is no longer being used, please remove it from the register, we want to use it. And when we remove, and then we find we have done a mistake. So we must confirm. So there's a process that goes on. Maybe we'll say no. Then we may invite you and that particular person to come for a hearing to hear who is right and who is wrong, and then make a decision on the way forward. So it can be, if you know if there is something good which is not being used, it can happen. Then the other question, that was a follow-up. The third one was, how do we check? Now, if you come out with something that you claim is new, for example, I'm looking at the drug because it was given as an example in the morning. You see that drug contains what we call an active ingredient. For example, let's call that active ingredient X. That's what you have used your intellect to add something, because the drug is never alone, to add that X, which will, for example, like the example you gave, which will be active in making me not have too much appetite, or you lose it as well. But if you do one making me lose appetite, I might not grant your pattern. When you come to that, I want to see why. Because we will say it's immoral. You are causing more harm to human beings by denying them food. You want them to die. So we might not. So we might not be happy to see that one. Now, if that ingredient is X, I will receive it. Then I will go through what we call prior art. What exists there? I will look at the databases that exist locally. We have local databases in our computers. When we establish this, we will be sharing some of those databases. Then if I don't find it here, I will not stop there. I will go to the World Intellectual Property Organization System databases. If I don't find it there, I will go to the regional system called RIPO, the one I will talk about, and then try to get it there. If I don't get it, I can go as far as the regional office of the European Union called the EPO. I can go to National Patent Offices, US. I can go to Germany. I can look everywhere. So that's the responsibility I have, that I've got to look everywhere to make sure that it is new. Then when I establish that it's new, I will move to the next criteria, which is called patentability. I mean, obviousness, we are going to see in the next presentation. And then usefulness is almost obvious. That's your applicability, that you can move after having with it, it's useful to the client. So the most challenging is the establishment of novelty, the newness, and also the inventive state. What you have created, have you applied proper human intellect to bring out that something to help us? So we look at all of those databases.
Excuse me. What if it's not new, but it's not registered?
It's not new. It's not new.
It's not new, but it's not registered.
It is
that
not
point of looking if that one is new. Now it's not new, it's in the public, but it's not registered anyway.
Oh, it's not new.
Yes.
It's not new.
But unregistered.
But unregistered, and you want to register.
And it's not registered.
Yes, and you want to register.
And it's yours.
No.
Yes, yeah, let's say even it's yours, but you made it to go to the public, and it's in the domain everywhere, public domain. But you do not register,
Okay.
but you want now to register.
Okay, two directions. One, let's go. It's not new, it's not registered.
Yes.
Which means it's known.
Yes.
It means it's known. Then automatically I will not give you because I'm looking for that one which is new. Why are you surprised? It must be new.
I'm surprised.
When I come, you are surprised. Number two is likely, like you say. Nani alisema maneno ya China, ati alienda China akareta Ron Moga ama ilikuwa hai.
For Bela.
Yes. Yeah, which means you hear what he said. He is already reporting. He is reporting to us. Huyu mtu alienda hapa sasa anatusumbua. So it simply means if it's not new, most likely it's not yours. Because it exists, it's human intellect. If it's existing already, either another human being created it, or it was naturally occurring, so it can't be yours. So why are you looking for protection for what is not yours? Huh?
What if it's yours, but you made it to the public domain because you did not know the process?
Good, good. First of all, we agreed on those two angles. Eh?
Yeah.
Now let's come to your angle. Now, if you come up, and that's why we were saying publisher of health, we were changing that one, protect publisher. Yes. Now, that bearing you have taken is a very good one. Your own disclosure can deny you novelty and deny you protection. So, if you are working on, if you are doing some research now and you are coming with something that you think deserves protection, the best thing to do, come to us. Tell us, I have this one, please. I want protection. I'm still doing research, but no, this is the line which I'm taking. We will give you 1 year to finish your research and finally come to us. If you disclose to the public and you come after 1 year to us, we will not grant you patent protection. It's no longer new. It's in public domain. So we encourage you, before you disclose anything, before you go to an exhibition and bring out an idea which you think is an invention, before you go and talk about it, we encourage you to come to us. However, if you haven't talked about it yesterday, please come. We allow you a window period of 12 months, within which your novelty cannot be destroyed. Your own disclosure, even if it's yours, if you say it. You cannot disclose something and then come to us after 3 years. You say, oh, I forgot to protect it, please protect me. But disclosure is in the 3 ways. We are coming to say that one in details. Disclosure is in 3 main ways. One, you can write about it, you can talk about it, or you can, for example, if it's a drug, you can put it in the market. That's been existing in the market. So those are the main.
What if you didn't have that knowledge that you need to protect this?
Now, ignorance is not defense. Have you heard that before? So it applies also. If you are ignorant and the law exists here and there, although if we are afraid to come and tell you that there is what's called protection, then maybe we can tell you have lost it, then you can sue us, we go to the Supreme Court, and then say, now then we see who is wrong.
So
yes.
are you saying you can grant provisional patents?
We can grant provisional patents, yes, for 1 year. Provisional, yeah. Provisional patents for 1 year, so that we allow you, the purpose is to allow you to finish research.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
and not lose the idea.
I'm
Yes.
the same with research. So you are saying that is after you read the proposal, you get the award. At that time, as you start now implementing, I can come for the provision now. When I'm trying to implement, I get the award. So that means now maybe it's award for 3 years. So you are trying to say, as I start year 1 and doing, I can come for the provisional, or it should come at year 3.
Okay. Now, by the award, you mean you get the money to carry out the research?
I have written the proposal.
You have gotten the money to carry out the research.
So the money means now I start working on the idea. So
yes. Now, here, it depends on, at the time of writing the proposal, how much had you conceived the idea? Give me an example. It's an idea about what? Okay, let's go to him because he told us a drug. I want you to answer. Okay.
I want you to answer this together.
I'm ready to answer together.
This is the problem we have actually in our country.
Yes.
Because you remember what I said in the morning, that you go to a conference, like even here we are starting a club, where we bring our ideas, share them and all that. And there are so many task forces which are formed in this country. There are so many presentations which are done from high school all the way to the university. And many great ideas come and emerge there. My proposal, and actually it should start from idealization, the generation of ideas whereby those ideas can be protected from day one, because immediately you share them in any forum. There are guys who are hunting for ideas. I'm aware even here we have written concept papers and abstracts, submitted them to some institutions, and she's here, she's a witness, and we've lost them big. So I think we should be able to protect. The KIPI versus the university should come up with very clear guidelines on at what stage should we protect these ideas, and even at whose cost, because it's a challenge. Like I told you, in 2008 is when I conceptualized the Mira juice. When the Mira Task Force was formed, I presented it in Isiolo in an hotel, and the following thing I heard is that guys have patented.
Somebody's manufacturing.
No, I know now they're manufacturing, but actually my phone is still.
You say you and I have lost the big, but he said he has never used intellectual property. So he already is even once.
Anyway, let me tell you a story.
Okay, tell us a story.
As you write your proposal, there was a proposal that we wrote some times back, looking at cactus opuntia. I don't know whether you know it. It's somewhere in Dondon and Baringo.
Cactus, the plant?
Yes. And as the proposal takes long before it is approved, you come and do it. And when you are about to execute what you had written in that proposal, someone else has developed opuntia juice in Yanyusi. So you can't do it. Though it was in your proposal, how do you go about it and patented it?
Just to beef up what you said, there's a lot of dishonesty in some of these offices which receives the proposal. Yes.
That was part of...
there's a lot of dishonesty. For example, you write a proposal to certain NGO or to offices like yours or NRF and so forth. Your idea is very good, but you are told later on, just after sometimes, nothing. The same thing again, you see somebody in that group,
the same thing. And you suspect that you must have had access to your proposal.
Yes, somebody must have. And then the other issue is also how we can protect these young people or anybody else. Because as you said, these days there are people who are paid to go to all sorts of presentation and conferences and so forth. Theirs is to scout. And most of these young people, when they go and talk to Googles of this world or Alibaba, they just don't understand that. So they pour out all the information. This person just listens, and the following day, like the one who was charging phone on a motorcycle, bicycle. Nokia have the power. They just listen and they go and tell somebody over the weekend, go and do it. So this is the thing, there's a lot of idea theft or idea flight from third world countries. Yeah.
Do you want me to add anything?
That is
a lot.
You know, they are not asking questions, they are answering the questions.
They have only started asking the question.
So those are some of the things. How can we,
I am talking
yes.
to my point
Yes.
because you write the proposal, you get year one. You start implementing.
Yes.
And as you have heard, I have a duty as I implement to do a progress presentation.
Yes, to the finance.
To the finance.
Or the university.
Not to the university. I'm actually talking about now external. Then to
you don't want to talk about the university now?
No, I'm saying I'm giving my case.
Real life.
I am talking of my case,
yes,
which now I want to know the way forward.
Yes.
So here it comes. I'm supposed to present progress report. So as you are saying, I'm presenting in an open place. My financiers, they have come. I don't know who it is. Who. You give a report. It is a panel. You give a report. After a while, you are told to send another handwritten report to them. You see, those are the things I have done. So when you are doing that, you already are imagining these people, if they're now using these reports and all that, they can sit down and comprehend and know what I am doing. So that's why I was asking, are we in the group whereby you can protect us at the initials that 1 year? Because now we are saying that is what happened, and you have a duty. If they call you in a conference, because they have financed you, you must attend. And when you attend, you don't know who is in attendee. You are supposed to present because they have financed you.
Because there was a time when we were doing our master some years back. Two of my colleagues who are behind me, they both, after some time, you realize they presented the same thing. So somebody had copied from somebody. Now what happened is that the person who copied from that person was the first to submit. So according to the panel, that was the originator of the idea, or that, yes. Then of course after a lot of soul searching, they realized that the person, it was actually the other person who stole from the other person. You see now, you realize now, how do you, such a thing now, your idea is, either you die with the idea in the head, or you
That's
put
the
it,
purpose now.
or
This
you
is
just
the
put
purpose.
in the
That's the
public.
purpose of the intellectual property system.
Yeah.
Is not to make you die with the idea in the head, because it will not help you. It will not help yourself. Now, thank you, my sister, for that particular question. Yes, you want me to answer?
Yeah, they are the
together, is
same.
related.
But mine is related to what my colleagues are highlighting. An experience where a lecturer is so loyal to the students. He uses his manuscripts that he intended to produce to convert into a textbook for teaching. So he feeds them with soft copy notes like that. Then at some point, he came to realize one of the students was smart enough to compile all his learning materials into a textbook and went ahead to publish the same. They went to court. No, the student, yeah.
Published ahead of the lecturer.
Ahead of the lecturer. So, actually the case was in court and I think the lecturer lost. Yeah, the lecturer lost the case. So I think whatever you are saying, the first one to seek protection owns the document.
Now, in that particular case, this is where the lecturer loses. Are you aware of any situations whereby the lecturer gives the student assignments to do research papers, and the lecturer ends up publishing those research papers?
Yeah, I think
a lot
that be happening.
Okay.
Robert.
Now, what you have talked about is related to what you
Yes,
say,
yes.
that people are paid to go around and then around the exhibition. We see them.
Yeah.
What science congresses there for our students? Yes, unapata hata Chinese wako.
Yeah.
Kama na kila kitu. Na wao very happy. You know, ukiwa mzungu.
Yes.
Unajua.
You see future. You see future in the mzungu.
Yes. That's what you are telling them always again.
Even us old ones. Mzungu sasa alikuja huko anaanza kuniuliza ama akuja kwa presentation yangu hapa will be very happy that mzungu has come to listen to my presentation. We lose a lot through that discipline, and they know us. That's what they do. They take tickets from them. Why do you think they take tickets all the way? They come and stay. They don't stay in your home. They stay in hotels. They eat well. They are stealing your intellectual property. Now, that one is a very important aspect, and it's related here. Now, my sister, that's why I say it depends on how much you disclose. What I believe, I have not done it before myself to ask you for funding in research. We will come to discuss later how come we are still going outside for funding, and we have the National Research Fund, which I understand that the uptake is so low. We will come to do that when it comes to the management of director of property. We will come to see how come the uptake is very low. But when they are, I want to imagine that when you are doing proposal, you already have the idea. Even there is some element of that idea disclosing the proposal. That's why they are able to give you money. So they see is something tangible, something that can work. Now, at that particular stage, my advice is before you present the proposal, come to us and tell us. We have an idea. Now, this is the idea. This is what we want to do. We will give you provisional protection for 1 year. Now, that provision, maybe you could have final proposals. They take about how long to attract the funding on average? A year. So by that time, you have received the grant. Now, if you receive the proposal, the provisional application cannot be reviewed. You can decide to withdraw it and lend it afresh. You see, you keep it, you lend it up. The fee is just 1,000. Then we will still keep you. As you work out the idea, when you see that you are now about to have something which is tangible, then you come and file the final application.
Can it be done online?
We don't have online application system now. but we are working towards that. But it's something that can be facilitated. Yes, we don't have the system now, but it's something that can be facilitated. You can send us documents by email, but you cannot file directly.
But then I request, so even at the stage where we are, still somebody can come now for the provision for 1 year.
Yes, so long as you have that concept. The provision is to protect the concept, so that we allow you more time. Now that one is very important, because these people you are doing the proposals, they don't think that they will just, what is trustworthiness? Don't think that they will just sit, especially when they are outside there. They will give you the money, and then they give their own.
Yes.
Yeah.
Parallel, yes.
Yeah,
And
they
they are
give
not
parallel,
aware.
yeah.
So when you send them the updates, they give their own.
And when you also present over Zoom or whatever,
They are very
people
clever with
listening.
them. They have gone to
Yes,
the patent
they
offices.
take it.
They have sought protection.
Yeah.
When you finish your work, they have already protected. When you apply, I will check and then tell you this idea exists. Yeah. You will not know that you are the one who originated it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It happens a lot. Did you hear about the case of the Majengo AIDS vaccine?
Yes.
Yeah, the Majengo women AIDS vaccine. The University of Nairobi and Oxford. Yeah. That's what happened. The researchers there at the University of Nairobi, they were the inventors.
All these application forms in
And you researchers, you are also funny. You respect the Wazungus and money more than you know, those researchers from the university, we told them they are right. You are supposed to be named as inventors, and also the university is supposed to be in joint ownership of this particular application. But they were receiving some allowance and part of money for funding research. They say, we start this one will be stopped. Poverty also is a problem now.
Lack of knowledge is
Lack of knowledge.
Ignorance. It's worse. Lack of knowledge or poverty.
Lack of
What they are so grateful you have come. The issue here we lack the knowledge.
Lack of knowledge.
Yes.
And also with knowledge, it's very expensive.
No, it's not. Lack of knowledge. When I will come to meet your expectation about value, I will tell you that we have a system. Once for you who are researching in this particular university, the university will meet the expenses for applications. I'm not saying where it's supposed to be. I have not looked at the IB policy. It's supposed to meet your expenses. And then when it succeeds, you get money. First of all, you get a promotion, maybe that's what the policy covers, and then you get some percentage from the commercialization. Supporting you. And the key is also to support you. If the university refuses, you can come as an individual, that one you will do home. To tell us I'm poor, I want application fee to be waived. We will waive. If we are saying that you are actually poor,
A quick question, sir.
it's not difficult. It's very. Are we together, the sister, before I go there?
Okay.
Thank you so much. I wish to know if I have patented my idea, whether that also protects me from the government encroaching or even implementing the same. Because I remember there is a time I shared a concept paper with a certain government department, a government agency. The next thing I saw, I was still pursuing for some partnerships. But what I saw a few days later is the CS launching the same idea in conjunction with FAO. So I was thinking I was so unlucky, because actually that was the second time to see something like that happening. Right now is the only time I'm realizing I was being conned. Yeah, so I'm asking, supposing I had patented such an idea, could the ministry be in breach of my rights if they implemented such an idea? I would go to court.
The government is a person. It's a legal person. You will sue the government. The government is always going to sue.
It's an entity.
Yeah, it's a person. Now, is good you approach it so that I can also capture that particular expectation on confidentiality and trust. Yeah? I mean, if I receive your application for your research work, whether provisional or not, provisional, I'm not supposed to publish it. I'm not supposed to tell anybody else. Even if somebody asks to comes and you say maybe you have whispered somebody has known and tells me, here so and so has brought down this particular application. I'm not supposed to show to anybody. I receive it and keep it under lock and key until after 12 months, or until you file a final application. Now, if you file a final application, I'm supposed to make it confidential for 18 months, unless you ask me to do it earlier. Confidential means I don't tell anybody about it. I don't myself, so that's not an issue of, again, now integrity. I'm not supposed to tell my friend that there's something here, go and do that. Although this poverty, I'm not supposed to do that. So I keep it confidential for 18 good months. After 18 months is when I publish it. By law, the law allows me to publish it. So that I make the public aware that this particular drug is being applied for and is meant to deny people high appetite. So for two reasons. One, for that publication to tell the public, so that those ones, before I proceed to grant, so that in case I did what you asked, how do I know that it exists? In case I have done a long search, we call it search, to find whether it exists or not, members of the public will say, public does not mean anywhere in the world will come. When we publish, we share worldwide. Then they will come and say, no, that one is mine. It's already protected, don't grant. Yeah. So I must be confidential. I must keep confidential.
Do you, is there anywhere in, for example, Kenya Gazette, because that's the legal entity, where do you, for example, publish the intent by somebody to patent something or and so forth in that? Do you publish anything in Kenya Gazette?
Yes. The law tells us we publish in the Kenya Gazette or in our what we call industrial property journal. But currently we don't publish in the Kenya Gazette because when we publish in the Kenya Gazette, we pay. So we have an industrial property journal which is free. It's online. When we come to patent information, I will show you how to access that industrial property journal.
And another question which is just about patent is because from your experience, are there a lot of patents from the statistics produced by Kenyan universities?
Just checking the statistics. They're very low.
What was your question?
What
was your question?
The statistics.
Yes, so
no, it's a rhetoric question, which probably I know the answer, but from being a custodian of some of these patents,
yes.
What is the percentage of patent coming out of Kenyan universities? 75 of them.
Yes, like he has answered.
Negligible.
Relatively low, for the applications. At a particular stage, I will give you the statistics of how each university fares. As he was answering, I was trying to look at that slide. Did I see must? I must have seen most, but I am not sure whether I saw must. Do you have even a patent application?
Yes. Private one?
No.
Private, Professor Remy.
You have private?
Yeah, a professor from here, but actually one. There was a few from students, but they expired. So we're doing poorly.
Applications from students?
Yeah, they were there, but they lapsed because of the time. They
because of that, there was no follow-up?
Yes.
Because you were not here?
And now we are...
Let's listen to it.
You said the patent should only take 20 years, right?
Yes. By the way, with this question, we are covering the next topic because it's patents, protection of patents. So we will just go through the science because we have covered.
What is,
yes.
What is the logic behind it? Because I assume that you started that and then the actualization of your project maybe 10 years. So the actual time you sell is only 10 years. You wasted these 10 years, but you have a limit of 20 years. How can they help you in that situation?
Why did you waste? Yes. Now, the rationale, disclose, I protect, I give you monopoly. I don't want to give you monopoly forever, because after some time, the 20 years I give you, if you waste all of the 20 years, fine. But the economists have shown it that after 20 years, you are supposed to recoup what you invest in research and development to come up with an innovation. That funding, you receive 3 million for your research project, my sister. You are spending time, you are spending university resources other than that one, because I'm very sure you don't go to the foreign laboratory, you work your research here. Whether it is your kitchen, it's still a laboratory. Whether it's laptop, it's still a laboratory. You spend the time, so you are spending money, you are being paid by the university to undertake research, that is still money. So the economists have factored your salary, they have factored the time you spend there, and the money you actually spend on research and development, and then say 20 years are enough.
I think there's some just logic barriers that make you not do it as fast as you can.
We will see. When we come to actual things, there is a paper that I will give you, the role of R&D in universities. You will be surprised. Like sales for 1 year, I will give you an example of a university in Israel which was able to make just 1 year sales, an equivalent of the Kenyan budget. One product in 1 year. So don't say that 10 years are more and so forth. But you know, those arguments that you have brought out are very logical and academic. They have come here. And when we were setting minimum standards, they were there on intellectual property. No, that's very little time. We cannot recoup. Then they brought in pharmaceuticals. They said, no, in pharmaceuticals, we can have an arrangement so that you add as more years. We said no. Now, under what we are doing, bilateral agreements, because they could not receive it at a national level. Now, under bilateral arrangements, they are trying to sneak it, and then they are saying extension of patent term. So what you are saying is something very academic and very logical. Arguments that have been raised. So far in Kenya is 20 years for patents. Utility models, 10 years. Now the advantage with utility model not from the date of filing, from the date of grant or registration. So if it takes like 20 years to grant a utility model, you know, as when you apply, you enjoy provisional protection. Provisional protection. Which means not the kind of provisional protection I talked about. No, provisional protection in such a way that you can stop somebody. You exercise the right. You can exercise the right. You can want to exercise the right, but you cannot exercise the right until you receive the patent. What does that one mean? If you have a plot of land, you are fenced. You have a right to fence it. Nobody will come to ask you, why are you fencing this land? You have the right, even if you don't have a right on it. But if I trespass there, you cannot take me to court just because you fenced the land. Are you getting me? Or you take me to court just because you fenced the land? What's the evidence that you own it? So in patent, when you apply to us, we give you an acknowledgement. Then we say, we have received this your application number and so forth, title of the innovation and so forth, and we are following it up. Now from that particular date, you enjoy what we call provisional protection. That means if you find somebody who talked about the twist, manufacturing the twist, and you had applied to protect us, you write to that person and tell that person, no, stop doing that, because this is mine, and the patent is pending at keeping. Have you bought some products and you look at the product, it's written patent pending? Yes, it's pending at keeping. Then you will keep that one in record. Now, when the person, if the person refuses to stop, you cannot take the person to court because you don't know to own it yet. That letter of acknowledgement is not automatic. That I might reject it, it might not qualify, or I might find that it belongs to somebody else. So usually they will stop because litigation is very expensive. Now, if they don't stop, that's why this one is saying is being harassed that they have got. Now, if they don't stop, you keep that one. When MISAT gives you a certificate of protection, now you go to court. When I give you the certificate, you will start counting from the date of filing. Then you will go to court and then you say, this is my patent. This company, I found that it was infringing. I told them, they refused compensation. Then you start guessing. Then the court, depending on how you prosecute the case, can give you damages, like that's compensation, like fine, like another property. There is a question here.
Yes, also another.
Yes, Dr. You may allow to.
Okay, thanks. So my question regards Mitishamba. Going back to one of the questions, it's already known that maybe it cures COVID or whatever, but you don't know the active ingredient. Can a scientist go and isolate the ingredient and patent that? Yes. What goes into that?
Yes.
Because it is not necessarily new, because it is known.
What's the common myth you have in mind? We use that as an example. As an example.
That where I come from, they give small children who have oral thrush.
Oral thrush, which is hardly treated in hospitals. Eh?
Yes.
You know, in my community, there's a particular disease in small, especially boys. When you get sick, the mother that refused to take it to hospital was to Mitishamba. Does it also happen in your community?
Yes,
they say that it's never treated.
It's here.
And then when you go to Mitishamba, you are getting a few apps, mtoto anachukua anapona sasa hivi. Akienda hospitali anatungwa hizo antibiotic haifanyi kazi. Now, first of all, let's start here. 8% of modern medicine comes from plants. We talked of cactus. You know, there was a war in South Africa about Hoodia. Hoodia is just like almost cactus, eh? About Hoodia. Huh? Appetite, you talked about. Oh, that's what you were doing also about the diminishing appetite. You are also stealing from South Africa.
No. Mine is a different.
I'm told that that particular plant, there is a way you could chew and then you go hunting the whole day without feeling hungry. Somebody went there, and then the South Africans were there, disclosed everything, went and patented it elsewhere. Then it brought a war, but South Africa won. So that's what happened. These drugs, they come from, but who are the custodians of these plants? It's not us.
The community.
And who, from
the
where?
nations and the country.
Yeah, from the Africans.
Yes.
We are the custodian of biodiversity. Now, where are most of these drugs coming from?
India and China. Like JQuat allowed them to have botanical research together with Chinese. Those ones. They will steal everything. Chinese have no master. No, Chinese.
Yeah, so that is it. That is it. So they would come, they extract, they send it for me to protect. And it happens like that. Even now, who talked about the Pogoria,
Yeah. The enzyme for the genes, yeah.
Yes, there is a lot of documented evidence about that. Yeah? There's a lot of documented evidence about that, and how they do it. The answer is yes. You know why? Because when I look at the databases, you na mitishamba yako huko si huko hapo, you have not documented elsewhere. Sitakuta kukuuliza ati mti unaitwa na ataniambia ni mti presents a chemical formula. We will see a part of the examples. Okay, it presents a chemical formula. Therefore, I will go for the chemical formula, not for the mut. Now, having discovered that we have been having a war for a long time between those who are rich in diverse developing countries, South Americans, Africans, Asia as well, and genetic resources and traditional knowledge they use for patenting. A war for a very long time. And we have failed to reach an international system which can solve this particular problem. Now, what we are looking for as developing countries and custodians of traditional knowledge and genetic resources, cultural expressions as well, is a system whereby now, if we go to extract from a tree, first of all, we have created the national law that for that researcher to come there, they used to come freely. Now, for them to come there, they must get permits from them. Are you getting me? But do you know that? Yes. So they will still come back to you and then take away. Now, when they get the permit, you must give consent to them to carry out the research, and you agree the terms of compensation from any intellectual property rising there. It can be terms of money or joint ownership of the intellectual property that will come from there. Now, then when they apply for intellectual property, they must disclose for us. That is the system we are looking. Now, you ask for prior informed consent, and the evidence of penalty sharing is already in the law, the national law. But now we are looking for one whereby when they apply for intellectual property and they have rooted genetic resources and traditional knowledge, genetic resource means the plant, traditional knowledge, that means that knowledge within the community that this one is used to treat those mouth clashes we talked about. Then they will tell us in the application that this is where I got it from, and there was prior informed consent and penalty sharing. If they don't tell us, that can be a ground for refusal if we happen to know, or a ground for revocation of the patent later. That's the war which is going on in the national level, at the World Intellectual Property Organization, at the World Trade Organization, but we are not following. Because the thieves are very strong.
They are strong and then they have a lot of knowledge.
Yes.
They come, they have you have no idea, but they have realized this meat is very important.
They come, they know that's how they have begun with the drugs.
Yeah.
Now,
I have two questions.
Yes.
One, when you are applying for an IP, is it a must you always go through a lawyer? Number two, as we apply for these patents, do we have a way of getting a real database in our country, whereby at least for our nation, our country, we know the database of what are these traditional resources in Marakwet, in Siaya, in Meru, so that at least we can protect what is our own, because we are really losing big. As they talk about it, we have also something very important in this region, which is producing very important materials and chemicals. And as a community, there's one day we were discussing about how can we protect this. So I think we should be aware if there's a database where these things can be kept.
I like the way you are using your language. You have something. You don't want to disclose it. Yes, we have the, like I said, we have the traditional knowledge and the cultural expressions policy and act, which mandates or obligates the institution responsible is Minister of Culture and that particular gender, culture and something, obligates them to develop databases on traditional knowledge and folk cultural expression. So I don't know how far they have gone with the development of that databases. So that database is what we rely on now to reviews, so that we can check whether that one is disclosed, to reviews the applications based on traditional knowledge or genetic resources. So they are supposed to do that. I missed the first part that you...
The involvement of lawyers.
No, is it a must? The answer is no. It's just like if you want to go to court, you can go yourself. So you know there's a very famous brother of mine who likes going to court by himself. What is his name? He does not use a lawyer, but he wins very big cases. So you can decide to go to court, you can decide to go to a lawyer if you are disgraced part of your property. Also, when you are applying to us and you are a Kenyan, you don't have to go to the law, to a directory. But if you are a foreigner, you must go through the lawyer, because when we are making the law, the lawyers wanted to make money. No, they make the law. That's what they say. Let foreigners go.
On that, will it be binding if you just go without the lawyer? In case somebody takes you to court and you say, me, I just went and I did not have the lawyer, and will it be something? So
when Okia Mtata goes to court and wins a case, is it binding?
Yes.
It's a family case. So if you come, even if you go through the lawyer, you may go through the lawyer because you are the creator. But the fact that you have gone through the lawyer is not that I will grant because you have gone through the lawyer. The criteria, I must apply the criteria. So if you come to, the way I apply the criteria, the three criteria of special operability, novel, inventive, stable, and industrial applicability, is to you, when you come direct, is the way I will apply when it comes to I don't get scared now. It's when I come from the lawyer and now I must say that. No. So I exercise full fairness, whichever the route of application followed.
Could be Banamisati, while we were there at Chuka, they took us through patent drafting. Could be that is what they are wondering. Because again, you must tell them the complexity in it, if you go alone, and why you need assistance. And that is why it could be we are setting up the TISC, where we'll have these people who can also help you draft, because you need patent attorneys. Yeah. So it's not just that you might be escaping from paying something that it might cost you.
It is not, for me, it's not about pay.
Before we go there,
yes.
What he has raised is very important. Now, when I'm giving fairness, I'm assuming that the application has come the same way. Just like like when Mutata goes. See, he must have drafted the complaint very well to put across the case. If he's able to do it, there's no need of working through the lawyer. It's not a must go through the lawyer to do it. Can do it himself. So if you know how to do patent drafting, you don't have to go through the patent drafted or the lawyer. That's number one. Number two, is not all lawyers who know how to draft. Why we don't not have patent drafters? I'm not aware of any lawyer who's a patent drafter. I'm not aware. I'm aware of technical people who are drafters in the universities because of training. Patent drafting is a training. If you look at our strategic plan, we have put it particularly there in our strategic plan as a key result or as a specific objective that we want to train patent drafters. So by 2022, we will assess ourselves how many patent drafters do we train. So far as we speak, we have selected a few from the university. I don't know whether we selected 10 from MAST, and we trained them on patent drafting. And specifically, we went to Kenyatta University to train some members of staff. They were like that of you, like you are here, on patent drafting for 1 week. And we developed that capacity. So it's our role to develop the capacity. So since we have started working together, we will train patent drafters here in the university so that you become independent. You don't have to go out to pay so much for patent drafting. It is a very important skill. It is involving, but if there is commitment, you will do it.
Actually, my fear was not even money. It's losing of our ideas.
Okay.
As we take these guys also to draft,
yes, they can.
In the process, they disappear.
They are human beings, and they are also. Once I'm not blaming any lawyer, but I hear the lawyers misappropriate a lot clients.
So at least we will be trained to protect our.
Yes. How to protect, and you develop the capacity in patent drafting. We will look at the way forward. Already it's coming. Some of them are coming here. They need for adding patent drafters from here because they have lost a lot already. Yes.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have 4 questions, but I need
one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time. So initially you said having a patent certificate does not grant you that you have the certificate, the other documents. Which are these other documents or particulars or stages you need to have for you to have the whole patent now qualification that you have patented something?
By the time I give you the patent certificate, I've made sure that you have given me all the documents.
Now, like which ones?
Okay. I was trying to avoid to say them,
okay.
So that we come and say in the presentation. Now, the first thing is the patent application. The patent application, that's now where drafting comes in. There are basic elements that form the patent application. One is you must tell me the title. For example, is a medication for reducing appetite in human beings, for example. Maybe you can reduce in animals.
No, in humans.
So that's a title. It must be in English. Then number 2, you in that particular after the title, you give me some background to the invention. Background means Now I've noticed that people are eating too much. There is food scarcity in this particular country and the world at large. So there's an element with food security. I've come here so that I can reduce the appetite of human beings by giving them this particular drug. Then you have got to research and then see what others have done in the area of reducing appetite. Then you tell me in this particular year, company so and so sought protection of this particular product which was also supposed to reduce appetite. They can be 10, they can be 1, they can be need, that there's nothing exists. Now, when you finish that one, you will tell me that now the problem with all of those, let's say is one, the problem with this drug of this appetite reduce of this company is this, it has got side effects. Therefore, or it does not suppress appetite very well. So, we talked about solutions to problems. Now, you have established, you must, just like research one, you must establish what's the problem that you want to solve. Now, if it reduces appetite, or it has side effects, then you have come with yours, or you have done something with that of that particular company, which removes or lessens the side effects. And this is what I've done. You see, that's the background of the invention. What's the problem and how you have solved what you want to do. You want to do, first of all, in the background of the innovation, you want to solve that problem by giving me a different drug, or by making an adjustment to that particular drug so that you reduce the side effect. Or to make an adjustment to that particular, an additional active ingredient to that particular drug so that the appetite is reduced more. It must improve. You cannot come with one clinic his appetite under the same background. Unless the problem now is that people have become too thin, they want now to admit that one for them to gain appetite. I will grant you as well. There must be a problem that exists that you want to solve. So you tell me. Then the other one you go to detail. The next title, the next subtopic is detailed description of the invention. Now you tell me what your drug is, what's the active ingredient, how it works. How does it work? Then you give me evidence that if the other one was reducing appetite by 10%, yours reduces by 11, or by 10, or by 20. No, 10 is lower. Reduces by 11, 20, 30, or even 100. There's no, somebody will not eat for the whole life. Then, after telling me that, that's what I used to term in the second criteria, the inventive step. Actually, are you solving the problem? You're not just telling me, are you solving the problem? Yes, you tell me, this is the way I solve it. And sometimes we prefer that you give percentage. I've talked about figures. That one was reducing by 10%, mine is reducing by 11%. That improvement of 1%, I give you a different patent. Because you have improved the reduction of appetite. So if somebody was consuming, if it was 10% reduction, somebody was consuming 90 cups of maize on a day, now you not consume 90, you consume 89. So you have improved by 1 cup. And it's an issue, you are solving the problem. So I will grant you. Then after you do that one, then you go to what we call claims. That's the technical part, claims. Now from claims here now is what you tell, what you want me to protect. The scope of protection lies on the claims. For example, you will tell me, you see, if that drug was containing substance X, then you say, I'm claiming the substance Y in this particular drug. Then you say, I'm claiming manufacture of the new drug, the process of coming up with the new drug. Then you say, now your protection will be lying there. So when like I told you, you don't own ideas. You know the idea is reduction of appetite here. That one as a drug X which reduces appetite. Yours is Y. So you cannot tell me that you want to own also X because it's not yours. You own your Y, the improvement that you have done. That's what I will protect. Then when you finish those claims, I think you are done if there are drawings, but in fact I don't think there are drawings.
Yes,
But in,
they are drawing, a lot of
So
drawings.
drawings? You
Yes.
need drawing. Are you talking about formulas?
Yes.
Formulas
Yeah.
are not drawings.
But those are just a figure, yeah. They are
Diagrams.
They are diagrams. For those-
No, formulas are not diagrams. They are just formulas.
Yeah, but
A
it's an
drawing-
umbrella body.
We are talking about symbol.
Symbols,
yeah.
yes, there are symbols. There are symbols. And this way is the a lot for you to write. It's just like you can write letters. Then after you finish that, or if you are doing, for example, you are coming up with a new design of a bottle, you draw the bottle, and then you name it. But if it is handwriting, you don't have to draw. When you finish that one, you come with what we call an abstract. All the abstract in your proposals, or your research papers. The abstract not exceeding more than 150 words, where you summarize the intention, not exceeding more than 150 words. Now, for you who are in the medical field, you know one chemical formula can be pages, and that one you don't count as words. So 150. So if it is not practical to come with 150, then it's fine. But if they exist, you will have to convince me that it's not practical.
I ask, do
Yes.
you have a template or I guess right on? Is there?
Yes, I have a presentation. I will give you a presentation, and I will give you a summary of the steps. No problem. But you can as well write. You know, sometimes when you write, you capture better.
Could we get that?
Yes, we will get that one. This presentation I'm doing, which we are doing without slides, is called patent protection in Kenya. Then in the other one, the one following, which we have also embarked on, is procedure for application of patents. In fact, we have done two presentations at the same time, informally, which is good, because when you do it informally, you know it sinks better, because people ask you what potters think, not what I imagine to be pottery. They ask you what potters think, and that's where we solve. And then when they are not to read, so the notes are available to you.
So,
Any other question? Lalai?
Yeah, the second point, you said that after now the name has been published for 18 months, then the public can come and claim this one I published this in this place. Now, those people, is it only those in Kenya or everyone in the world can come and claim this one I published it or I patented it somewhere?
Anybody. The public is anybody in the world. Awe Mkorea, awe Mchinese, awe America, Mwafrika, awe ni Kenya ni hapa. We publish, we have a system, an international arrangement whereby when we publish, most of those ones who are active in this area, they access the databases.
Now, what if, but now we are not publishing for the country, for the world, we are publishing only for Kenya. Now why even isolate, even using the outside field in countries?
We are publishing for the world.
For the world,
but
only
because we are a small village. That question has got a very good bearing. That's why I'm smiling. In some countries, novelty, we have what we call absolute novelty and national novelty. That question is, although that's not the angle you are facing, but since you have brought it, let me talk a little bit about it. Now, in Kenya, okay, first of all, we used to have a system which is called first to file policy. Who talked about the person going ahead, the student?
Yeah.
First to file policy. And the person who is the first one to go to the patent office to file is the one who owns. Which simply means if you are working with him, research collaboration, that means it is ones who have lost. You work together. She will sneak away, and then she will come and file by herself. It will belong to her. Atakuwa amekuruka. From the intellectual property perspective. But there are other legal systems that you can do solve it. But me, I will not solve it for you. So me, I will grant you. If there is a problem, we will come and say, oh no, I was working with her, then she needs to give permission. Kama amekuruka, amekuruka. Where were you when she was filing? First to file policy. It is only the America, the US, that had the system we call first to invent policy. Which means the owner of the creation is the one who creates. And they used to have a system whereby if they are working together, they are writing notes. So the notes were acceptable as evidence. But also the US has moved from there. The whole world now is fast to file. That's why I told you, before you finish your proposal, come to us with your professional protection. So that when you will file, amekuruka, au huyu mtu ulitumia proposal anataka kufile, I will already use it. Now there is a challenge. There is one particular challenge. The challenge is that if we have not published it, it's not in public domain. So still, you might not protect. I might not refuse to grant that one, but I will look, there is a particular level of novelty that will assist you, that you are the first to file. Although it was not published, you were the first to file.
Question on that. What about if you file concurrently with the other person, he was not aware, you were filing very fast, and then you find out, how will you now determine who was the original of this?
You cannot file together at the same time. One of you must be ahead, even if you are in the queue.
They have done it electronically. You send today.
Even if it's electronic, it cannot drop at the same time. Yeah. One will drop ahead. Yes, one will. Si unaona watu athletics sasa siku hizi wanaweka mashini, wanaona nani alitanguliza nywele. Sio kichwa. Nywele alitanguliza watu. But if it happens, if the technology happens that both of you are filed at the same time, that one I don't have an answer. Maybe we will give both of you. We request you to have two turns. But the law does not give me an answer.
Could be, what about trade secrets? You know, they are afraid of giving out their knowledge, yeah? Yeah. Is there a risk for trade secrets like Coca-Cola or something?
Yes, like
if you don't reveal, what happens?
Yes, like he raised and then he said, now I will stick with mine.
No. I'm not sticking with it, but the option for that person is either to stick it and then only to see on TV the same thing is implemented, or to spit it out.
30 seconds is a regime. By the way, it looks like I forgot to talk about them. It's an intellectual property regime. 30 seconds. Whereby, if you have an idea, you don't ask, first of all, you don't ask for financing. But you may ask for financing, but agree with those ones that they maintain the conversation. If they win, it's fine. Now, when you finish, when you come up with the product, with that research findings, something tangible, prototype, product, and everything, then it's known within you or a particular circle of people you are working with. You put the product in the market and a secret. You are allowed. Good. One very good example is Wakwa, where I understand that nobody knows the formula except 3 people on how to make that. For all those years. Up to now 3 people. And I don't know whether it's an inspiration, but it's what I heard. They don't sit together in a hall. They don't take a flight together. They don't live in the same area. Because if they go together and then the terrorists attack in a hall, like that one, both of them die or whatever dies. If the flight goes down, it goes down with all that. They have the key to the secret. Now, it's allowed. The risk is if it leaks. The first to file. We don't know the formula, so it does not exist in databases. So if somebody is able to work by using even traditional knowledge to access the formula, what a formula that applies to me, I will grant, even if it has been existent for years. So that's the risk, that's the only risk. But if you are able to maintain it secret, that's a requirement for protection of trade secret, that you must keep it secret. If it is not secret, it's no longer secret, and somebody can come out and seek protection. Now, this new person who seeks protection will prevent you from manufacturing. there is no prior use in patents. It's only prior use made in trademarks. Now this one will prevent, you will not say that you have been manufacturing for 1,000 years, therefore we cannot prevent you, you have manufactured, you kept the secret. So you decided to follow a system, it's no longer secret, now this one. Also Coca-Cola. And you know Coca-Cola, do you know how much Coca-Cola is worth? I will give you a slide tomorrow, you see how much Coca-Cola is worth.
So it's in Kenya.
There's another hand in there.
I have a series of questions. And the first question is, what are you trying to achieve as the KP? Is it to reduce conflict of intellectual property? If that's the case, I know applying for a patent or a copyright needs money. So are you trying to protect the middle class and the rich at the expense of the poor, because even the poor have ideas? And what are you doing as an organization to factor in the poor, because those are the majority in our country? Because you cannot think of America. Actually, one of the professors once said that we need to think as Kenyans, not as Americans, because most of the things that we use, they are American things, or they're things that were made by whites, but not Africans. Why can't we, as Africans, think as Africans? Why can't we, let's say, if we are coming with a pattern or with a framework of doing things, we come with a Kenyan way of doing things, not an American way of doing things, such that those solutions that we give to our people, they first solve the needs of our people. Then they go to the regional and even international. So I don't know if you have heard my questions.
Yes, I've got if there were many, I've got them. Now, are you human rights activists? Thank you for the question. That is what I can qualify as a moral question. A moral question. Now, why are we using systems that do not benefit the majority of us? Now, you talked about poverty. My answer would look at two angles of poverty. One is poverty in knowledge. We talked about lack of knowledge, poverty in knowledge, which you do not have. At least you are very sure you have gone to school and you have acquired a lot of knowledge and skills as well. The other thing is poverty in terms of having. Or even I simplify in terms of money. I will look at it as I answer that particular question. Now, first of all, we need to accept some of the things we do, even the knowledge we acquire and apply. Somebody told me it's from the School of Applied Sciences. Those ones we apply are not ours. We did not originate it. First of all, we need to appreciate. So this intellectual property system is also not ours. We are not the originators. It's foreign. Initially, I told you that before we were established, we were working under the British system, our colonizers, whereby something good which would come, or anything that they could protect it there, it was imposed on us. If I want to come with something, we need to go there to be registered there. I told you the story of how it came to be established. Now, because of that moral issue, then I said we were established on moral issue grounds to exist, to solve our own problems like you have put it. Now, having been established, you see, we will not start somewhere because we wanted also to be recognized, because we are a global village. We wanted to be recognized that once we grant a patent, that patent is respected, that Kenya granted a patent. That's like we respected theirs. And in so doing, we were trying also to avoid a system whereby you will go to China and then bring and then you come to us, like he said. So we said, now we must follow an established system. Our law actually is based on the European law on patent. When we look at the history of patents, I will give you a little bit of history, how the patent law evolved. Now, having done that one, having seen that one as a moral question, is now what we are factoring in the Constitution. And in the Constitution, you saw we are talking about cultural communities. Those poor people you are talking about, we are trying to bring them into this particular system because we have agreed that intellectual property is about development and intellectual property is about life. So we are trying to bring in everybody. We have started in the Constitution. We are moving how to sensitize people. We have programs to help what we can call it the DUA. We have SMEs programs whereby we go and help the DUA card. By the way, most of the people who apply with us or own applications, yes, not necessarily apparent grants, they don't come from universities. Universities where we expect people to be rich in knowledge. They come from the Tuakali sector. All students, even in secondary school, science congresses, they come with very good ideas. So we have a system of supporting them. Now, those ones of not having in terms of money, that's where we come with a system. Okay. Now the poor ones might not afford. Can we come up with a system whereby we assist them to also to apply so we can waive? So we are trying. I'm not saying that we are solved. We are trying, and they keep pressurizing us to keep on trying, so that we make this system work for us as well. We have just talked about traditional knowledge, where I say that some communities are not able to disclose what's in a tree, what makes the element. So we are coming with a system of trying to link up those ones who are able to know what is in a tree, also to benefit those ones who know how to use it. Traditional knowledge, genetic resources. So that's why I say it's a moral question, which we are trying to solve, and we are making progress. Okay?
Any other question? Just alive?
By the way, you asked Donald.
That's not the point.
Okay.
My second even you did not answer. You are explaining and then you are interrupted. And my big worry was you are stipulating these ideas to the public domain for international search. But now the patent you are granting for only Kenya or even only the country. So why put someone in an intimidation in the world and then patent only in one country and not in the same world? Yes. That is now the big...
the reason is called political sovereignty. Political sovereignty. It works like this. The first international intellectual property law is called the Paris Convention. Now, what brought to the thing of that Paris Convention is that countries used to do trade. To look a little bit of history, it's important to do trade in that when they will go to exhibitions, people will steal ideas and then they will find the word to make products. Then in one time, sometimes in the 18th century, 1880 something, is it 18th century or 19th century? Whichever the century, there was an exhibition in Vienna, Austria. So international exhibitors wakagoma, wakasema tuende huko vitu zetu tukende exhibition is an ID. That came into being that now let's do a law which protects this. As they were saying, then they say as we protect here, one of the principles is that there should be territoriality. You know what I'm talking Territoriality. Yes. Countries will have sovereign rights to grant these monopolies for political reasons. In that, we talked of maintenance of imminence of sovereign domain. Imminence of sovereign. That the countries want, yes, they want to give you rights, but they have to have some level of control. So there is established that principle in 1883, and the principle exists up now. Now, what it means as we speak, there is no international patent, but there is a way of getting a patent in so many countries. We call it international route of filing. There is no regional patent, but there is a route that you can use to have a regional patent. Even if that regional patent can exist, the country, Kenya must be informed. We will see that when it comes to the regional application. Kenya must be informed that this one will exist, and then we allow. Because of some reasons, we are again going to see other than sovereignty. Now, the disadvantage with that is that I can reduce a patent here, like I told you. Kenya is the only one that has substantive examination, but the same patent is granted in Tanzania because they don't do substantive examination. They receive application and then they don't apply the criteria. The criteria is done through the regional officer. So you will find that a patent exists somewhere and it does not exist somewhere. Or the same patent has claims, different claims that we talked about, what you have proved. In Kenya they are different, and it's the same applicant, and it's the same title, and the same description. So that's the disadvantage of that system, but when it comes to sovereignty, it's not something that you can touch. You touch there, then you start trouble. We have been looking even at the quality so that we can have a common system of having examination system. They say no.
Okay, that's the one answer. Yeah. The third point is in the names or even the patent process. For you to have a trademark or even a company, first of all, you are supposed to go through the process of a company name search or even the name search procedure, which you give, let's say, 3 names. Now, before you, now in the essence that you said that before even going to the public, you need to come and patent or even register that trademark. In this essence, you cannot register something of which has not passed the company search or even trademark search stage. So you are intimidated to go through the trademark search initially so that at least you can register. Then after registering, will you accept that name in the trademark or even in the patent process?
You are not.
Because already the name has gone to the market, to the public domain, to the company registration, and then it's not patented or it's not registered in the trademark. Will you accept it if someone comes for trademark registration?
Okay. First of all, we will not intimidate you, we advise you. Because those early searches are not a must for you. But it's a must for me to undertake the search to see whether what you are bringing is new. For example, in the area of patents, or for her to see what you are whether what you are bringing to you are asking for protection is already protected, or exists somewhere like the patch of Mira we are talking about. So for her, the search is mandatory, but for you, it's not mandatory. We advise you so that we avoid you. You know, the search, for example, in the area of patents is I think it's 2,000. But the application is 3,000.
No.
So by the time,
not the search for patent,
yes,
but the search for company name or business name. You have to give, let's say, 3 names for one which will pass before you register for a company.
Okay.
And then now that passes, and then you register for a company. And then I want to come now and register for a trademark of that name so that I can continue in my business.
Okay.
Now,
I see my sister is struggling to tell you something.
Yeah,
but you say something.
First of all, I want to say that you are mixing issues. Trademarks and company names, they are different. We register trademarks, company names, register of companies. So let me answer your question in an example. If you have a company name, what's your first name?
Lalai.
Lalai Traders Limited. That's his company name. And then you have a trademark, just a unique name. Maybe let's say Lucy. So when you go to register of companies, you'll apply for 3 names for the search to see whether there's such a company or not. But if you come to Kipi, you'll come for Lucy. You want to register the trademark called Lucy. All the same, you can still register your name for your company name, and at the same time you come also and register it at Kipi. You'll only advise you on how to go about it. But that does not deter somebody else. For example, if you apply for Lucy as a trademark and you don't apply for your company name as a trademark, then she comes and applies for the company name as a trademark, she will get it because you didn't apply. So we are two different. When you carry out the search there, it does not reflect in our database.
Now, he said about putting in the public domain. Like now you have registered a company and it's in public domain, but it's not in the search for the patent or even the trademark. That public domain does not deter the registration.
For trademarks, we only advertise after the examination period is over, after you examine the trademark. Then you see that it is fit, you give an approval. So you advertise to the public. We don't have, there's some differences between the trademarks and the patents. In patents they have disclosure, we don't have disclosure.
The fourth point is now in the institution.
Before you go to the fourth, I saw this slide so that to emphasize on what he's saying. You see, for example, Jogo here is the trademark, but the business name is, who is the owner of Jogo?
The owner.
Unga Limited.
Unga Limited is the business. So for that Unga Limited to be registered as a business name, they go to the registrar of business names. For them to register Jogo, they come to us, Register of Trademarks. So they are two different areas. Yes, now you may go to four. And this one was, we said cancel. So yes, we register, but cancel will be registered as by the company. That's the Nation Media Group, and so on and so forth. Yes, you may now go to the fourth.
Now, the fourth now is on the point of which you clarified that I'm an employee of this institution. That means I'm paying all for the full 1 month. Let's say now I have the idea, or most of the people in this institution have ideas, but there is no person who knows the process for the registration of that, of the company process, or even the registration of the patent in that manner, in that institution. Since I don't know that a government entity must have a certain person at least who have the knowledge for that to go through. Now, are you supposed to keep quiet with your ideas because now you are not getting away for those patenting process, or will you go alone in the patenting process so that at least you can register as an individual?
Good. It's good. I like the way I put it, that the government institutions will make sure that there is somebody who understands the registering process. And that's why we are here.
Yes, yes.
And that's why we are here to make sure that at least somebody from this university, which is a government institution, understands how intellectual property knowledge belonging here can be safeguarded as IP assets, as assets. We have talked about patent drafting. Now you will not be having 20% longer. We have mentioned about the policy, which we are going to share some provisions, what it requires, how to go about it, and the advantages and disadvantages of not following that particular route. I think there must be sanctions. Then the other element, which I can mention at this particular point, is that, which is in line with your first one, that there is need for government institutions to have somebody who understands it. Having noticed that and maybe thinking in the similar line of yours, these days there's a law that says that this university cannot attract research funds from the National Research Fund if there is not intellectual property policy. So in other words, the government is forcing all institutions, whether private or public, that undertake research and development to have intellectual property policies in place in order for them to access national money for doing research.
So that when you're having an officer, and you cannot have, when you look at the intellectual property policy, it should have, I don't know whether you have said, you should have an administrative mechanism or implementation of that policy. And that person you are talking about is provided, or should be provided with the policy. So we are heading there.
No,
we are already there.
You said that you are working in an institution.
Yes.
You may not have, let's say, earned some money to do your invention or even the process of publishing or even doing that process.
Yes.
You are using, let's say, some of your money and others, even the institution time. But you cannot be able now to validate or even evaluate this time where I was using for university. But you want now to register. And you said that the university, some of the universities can sue you because you are an employee. And that case, if that goes, because most of the institutions, we as employees, we may not go to do those processes because we may fear being carved to that extent that I may be sued because I have these innovations. And that most of the employees now, they deter from even doing any innovation. So how can you advise someone who is in a certain institution of which does not have those supports, let's say for the money to do the invention or even the money to patent, and he or she wants to patent various projects?
That's a very good question. What do I advise somebody?
Yes.
Like you, in this particular case, I advise all of you to follow the university, intellectual property university policy. The policy for the intellectual property.
I think, just to add on that, I think it's could be lack of knowing that the policy has not been circulated, yeah? Because it was going to the last hurdle. It's being signed by the council, but we are going to show you snippets of it. But the next level now is to sensitize, which is part of what they're doing. We will sensitize you on the policy, and it captures what you're saying, the percentages, why a percentage needs to come to the university to set up those infrastructures, and also how you can get your royalties. But it is important, they are saying that, the policy states clearly, if you use, they are giving you an option, you can do it on your own, but if you use the university resources, meaning either they fund your university's time, then you need to file it together with the university. And if you file it together with the university, there are percentages, and that is what they're saying. So we will sensitize more on the policy, could be after, but just like Bonamisati said, we will have a session where we'll look at the snippets of what is contained in that policy. But it also went through the stakeholders. As we were developing it, we gave it to the deans of schools because we must get input from the staff, yeah? So we don't know. We hope that they gave you looked at it, because it came back. We even went to KIPI and then RF and the others for validation now, to look if it matches what is best practice across. And now what we have, we believe is good for us, and we have benchmarked, meaning we have validated it with the stakeholders and also got input from within. So it is just within the purview of that. Yes.
We under such reasoning or even such request initially, yes. But there was a point of which that was saying before the registration, because even for now registration is not over, that the institution is mandated for education purposes. It will mostly major on education. So what if, let's say, a number of staff, let's say that is staff members, come up with various inventions which are company-wise, in terms of this one, it comes with an a component of which can be industrialized in like a laptop, another one like a phone, and another one like a book. Now, will the university be interlinked with all those members and all those institutions, or will the university give leeway to these staff to go and commercialize these products in their own, or even they will be still be capped to the university? Or how will such person do in that manner?
Could be if I were to answer that again. The university, why now it's putting this infrastructure, the university has changed even its priorities. Initially it was teaching, research and engagement. Now it is the other way around. They are saying now it is research and then teaching. I know where you are headed. We have been having many projects and we wanted to turn some of these research projects into startups. But for you to do startups or commercialization, that is a buzzword, you must have an IP. Some of these must be patented before we commercialize. So we are on the right track. The university's trajectory or projectile is moving towards commercialization, specifically from the research community. And again, in the master plan, there is what we are calling the industrial park. They're going to set up an industrial park. So to answer you, what the university can invest in and commercialize with you, they will. If they cannot, just like they say, you can still license and make money with any other venture capitalist, outsider, who can actually help you put it out there. But all those are in the process now.
Thank you.
Good. Daktari, back to you, Steve. You are inviting questions.
Do we have any more questions for the presenter? Silence means we are doing well.
To go home. Okay, then I think what time is it? It's like 5 o'clock. I think we can stop it here.
Yes.
And then we begin tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Bwana Misati, for that very insightful presentation. I believe all of us are learning. I believe we're getting things that were gray areas for us. And I believe that we need many more to be sensitized. True? So you are like the training of trainers. Like you are supposed to go and enlighten the others in your schools. So we hope that you're really focusing and concentrating and getting as much as possible. What Bwana Misati said, we would have done a whole week's training where we would have split it. The first is this sensitization. The second is people who will be nominated from yourselves who now have the knowledge and will still be further trained in what we are calling, they will be working in the Technology Innovation Support Center, which will be helping us in managing the IP. So all this you're saying, we want to put some people in a place who will help all others, even the formidable stages of documentation. So we hope that some of you will be interested in that, and if called to and nominated, there is a session that we will have before end of this October where we will open our TISC center up here that will help us now be doing all this. So we hope we will be very keen. Once again, let's appreciate Bwana Misati with the factorial 5 as we leave. So 5, we start. So somebody to make us leave with a prayer as we leave. One person, a volunteer?
Maybe we can stand if stand.
Okay.
Let's pray.
Actually, the Reverend is here. I think when my Reverend is here, I hand over to you.
Shall we breathe and pray?
Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, this evening we are before your presence. We want to thank you because of your goodness. We thank you because of giving us an opportunity to be in this training. And we thank you, Jehovah God, because of all the many things that Jehovah God we've gone through, we have been trained on. We pray that Jehovah God of glory, you may bless the facilitators of this training, and that God, you're going to give them even more strength, that as we go on in the coming days, they are going to deliver, Jehovah God, what they need to deliver. And now, as we depart, we want to pray that you're going to be together with us. You're going to protect us along the way. Lord, you're going to give us even a good time away. And even, Jehovah God, as we purpose to come again tomorrow for a continuation of this, we pray that, Jehovah God, you're going to enable us. We thank you, Jehovah God, because you're so good and you're so faithful. And even as we leave, we glorify your name. Be with us and guide us in all things. And this is our prayer. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Anybody who did not, who missed that, my business back.